Good morning. Welcome back. I'm going to invite you in and we're going to get going this morning. Thank you so much for being here. My name is Lee and it's my honor to welcome you here to First Baptist Church of Blue Springs. I'm one of the pastors here and it's our honor to be able to host you and to partner with you for this weekend. So thank you so much for being here. As we are beginning, I want to ask you to do us a favor. We do have a participant that you may have heard last night, but we're not sure everybody heard the announcement. We have a female participant who has lost a wallet. And if I understand correctly, it's kind of a larger size wallet that maybe might be something that would get carried in a purse or something, not like us guys do, in our pockets. So it may be a little bit bigger than that. But if you would do us a favor, just as you go throughout your morning, be aware of your surroundings and take a look around you in your seats as you're walking in and out of restrooms or in other rooms in the building, because we want to try and see if we might be able to help this nice young lady find her wallet. And so far, that has not happened. So let's work together to all be on the lookout for it if we can. And I know she will be very, very grateful. I forgot, I did not catch her name, but I know she's from out of town. And so she's going to need that wallet. So hey, we're so glad that you're here this morning. This is Beyond the Biz. This is our kind of optional worship time this morning, and it's my privilege to be able to spend this time with you. And so we're going to begin things today by just spending a little time in worship of a good God who is here with us this morning, all right? So my encouragement to you as we do so is not to be passive, okay? It's not to act like you just woke up, even though some of you did. It's to dive in with everything you have, everything you are, to be able to worship a God who gave you everything he has. And so this morning, I'm going to invite you to stand to your feet. And while we do this, to get ourselves ready, give somebody a handshake, a hug, or a high five that's right next to you. And let's get going as we worship the Lord today. All right, come on, I want you to join me if you know this song. If not, just let it speak to your heart. Come on. God is able. He will never fail. He is Almighty God. Greater than all we seek. Greater than all we ask. He has done great things. Lifted up. Defeated the grave, raised to life. Our God is able. In his name we overcome. For the Lord our God is able. Anybody in this house believe that this morning? All right, so as I sing it, you try to pick it up and join me as I go, all right? He is with us. God is with us. God is on our side. He will make a way for you today, far above all we know, far above all we hope. He has done great things. Lifted up, he defeated the grave, raised to life. Our God is able. In his name we overcome. Hallelujah. For the Lord our God is able. God is with us. He will go before. He will never fail us, and he will never leave us. God is for us. He has opened arms. He will never fail you. He will never fail. All right, this time try it with me. Lift it up. Come on. He defeated the Raised to life, raised to life. He is able today in his name. Yeah. We will overcome for the Lord. Oh, hear your people sing this morning, God. Lift it up. He defeated the grave. Yes, he did. Raised to life. Our God is able. In his name, we overcome. Yes, we do. For the Lord, our God is able. Sing it again. For the Lord. For the Lord, our God is able. Ephesians 3 tells us that our God is able to do immeasurably more than all we ask or imagine. Come on, give him praise this morning for that truth. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. I know this is our testimony today. I love you, Lord. Oh, your mercy never fails me. All my days I've been held in your hands. So from the moment that I wake up until I lay my head, I will sing of the goodness of God. We give you thanks today, Lord. All my life you have been faithful. Yes, you have. All my life you have been so good. With every breath that I am able, oh, I will sing of the goodness of God. Hear his voice. I love your voice, 'cause you have led me through the fire. Some of you know that today. In darkest night, you are close like no other. I've known you as a father, thank you, Lord. I've known you as a friend, and I have lived in the goodness of God. Come on, lift it up in one voice. All my life you have been faithful. Oh, we proclaim it, Lord. All my life you have been so good. In every breath that I am able, today I will sing of the goodness of God. And your goodness is running after, it's running after me. Yes. Your goodness is running after, it's running after me. With my life laid down, I surrender now. I give you everything, yes I do. Your goodness is running after, it's running after. Come on, let's declare that again. His goodness, your goodness is running after, it's running after. Aren't you grateful? He's running after you. Your goodness is running. With my life laid down, I surrender now. I give you everything, oh Lord. Your goodness is running after me. Thank you, Lord. All my life you have been faithful. Come on, church. Let me hear you sing it to me. All my life you have been so good. With every breath that I am able, I will sing of the goodness. With my life, with my business, all my life you have been faithful. All my every breath that I am able, I will sing of the goodness of God. Can you declare it? Sing it out. I will sing of the goodness of God. He's worthy of praise this morning. Come on, give him a shout. Give him a clap offering. Tell him, thank you, God. You've been so good. You've been so good. You've blessed us, God. You've blessed us. Father, today we don't take that for granted. We understand that every good and perfect gift comes from you. And so this morning in this place, this room, collectively, we give you praise and honor. None of it's for us, all for your glory. In the name of Jesus Christ. And everybody said, amen. Thank you, friends. You may be seated.
Thank you, Pastor Lee. A singer I am not. We all have our gifts, right? I love listening. Aaron sent an unbelievable song that as I was moving around, running around, getting things ready, I was listening to that, playing it over and over, what she had sent this morning. And as I'm leaving our property, the sun is rising. I took a picture and put it on Telegram. It's a beautiful day. You have no idea all the things that have been going on to try and stop a lot of good from happening. And I don't know why Satan does not learn his lesson. That all that does is provide that much more confirmation. That he is scared to death because great things are getting ready to happen. I believe, I just told Manny, that I believe the future of the kingdom, the souls out there are in lay ministries, people that will go out and win at whatever they're called to do. That's really in great men like Manny Masood. I just, the spirit that comes out of him, the calmness that comes out of him, the confidence that comes out of him, the charisma that comes out of him. It's amazing. We're different. I don't try to move. If I could stand in one place, I wish I could. But I watch stuff after I get done speaking, and I'm all over the place, tipping over the edge of the seats, all that. And the way his spirit communicates, there's something special inside of this man. So this is the first time he has spoke to a group like this and shared this part of his life. And that's so true, so many places in our business that you hear about that. And most all of you know I view, Primerica as a ministry to me. And talking to Manny for the very first time, we were on the phone. We were spending far more time talking more about this kind of stuff than we were business stuff. And so I'm excited to hear what God's done in his life. And then we get wrapped up in here, and I'm excited about what's going to happen later today. But I'm most excited to hear Manny right now. So give Manny a big round of applause as he comes up.
Good morning, and all glory to God. Woo! Well, this is, I didn't prepare for this one, but you know what? When I was honored with the opportunity, and when God calls, you just move forward, right? So, just going back to a couple years ago, I started looking at my life, and you're winning in Primerica, right? You're winning in business, you're winning in life. Perfect. Better? All right, cool. Thank you. Let's go. And guys, look, it's very easy to get what you want in life. Sometimes when you're praying for something and you get it, it's not necessarily coming from God. The devil will give you what you want to keep you on his side. And sometimes you don't realize that, right? So you're working hard and you're moving forward and you're winning and things are happening. And even some things that get in your way suddenly disappear. You're like, man, like God's good to me, right? And you don't understand that it's not necessarily God that's giving you what you want and getting these obstacles out of your way. And the whole goal of the devil is for you to continue in the path of self-destruction even though you don't know it. So about a year and a half ago, everything was good. Life is good. Work is good. Business is good. We're growing. But you started feeling a feeling of, I was feeling a void, emptiness, a little bit of darkness in my life. And, running around feeling anxiety all day and some kind of depression and just unsatisfied with life. And how could somebody that's winning in business and being celebrated and everything looks great from the outside, how could somebody like that, be walking around and inside, you're pretty much dying inside, right? And people don't know it. And, believe it or not, there's a lot of us walking around that are feeling that way right now, right? So I just started feeling just like the need. I needed something more in my life, more purpose, more just to understand what I was here for, right? So I read one time something that says, a ship doesn't sink from the water around it, but it sinks from the water that gets inside of it. And I didn't really understand. It sounded pretty cool, right? And I said it a few times, but I really didn't understand what it meant. And then I read something else that went hand in hand with that, and I kind of understood why I was feeling the way that I was feeling. And it was this. It said, greater is he that is in me than he that is in the world. And as soon as I read that, I understood what the first thing that I read. And when the devil gets inside of you, that's when the ship goes down. It doesn't matter how much he's around you, as long as he doesn't get inside of you, right? And when he says, greater is he that is in me, well, we are all created in the image of God, and God who is within us, right? So as long as God is within us, it doesn't matter how much evil is around us, this ship is going to stay afloat, right? And to me, that was where I felt like I just needed to get closer to God. I needed to understand a little bit more of why I was created, why I'm here, and why I was blessed with all these men and women that I'm able to lead and influence. Which way were they going? And I needed to understand that if I was given this responsibility to lead, I wanted to make sure that I'm leading my warriors the right direction. That was the biggest thing about me. I wasn't going to lead my men and women into chaos, into disaster by being ignorant, by not knowing. And it's just a matter of if you're the right person, and you're ignorant to the word and you don't get close, you could very easily go into a path of self-destruction even without knowing. So, a year and a half ago, I didn't even own one Bible. And we all say, oh, glory to God when we're winning, right? And oh, glory to God. But do we really mean what we're saying? Do we even know what we're saying, right? So, there was a group of great men that they have a Christian camp called Band of Brothers. And I know some of you have gone to these camps. Man, what amazing. Again, let's give it up for them. These men, these are great men that are out there changing lives and doing it right and putting the right image and the right idea of who Jesus Christ was. And he was a warrior, and so are we, and so are you, right? He was a warrior for the kingdom, right? And this great group of men, I know a lot of you here have gone to these camps, just kind of started putting that seed in my heart of who I wanted to be and what our purpose is, and the way that, the enemy is working overtime to take us out. The enemy is, man, he's waiting to see who's the next person that's going to win to take you out. And he wants to take you out, and he wants to take all of us out. And we needed to make sure that, we were working overtime, and that he knew that, like Coach is saying, like, man, when's he going to give up? You ain't taking, like, don't you get it? We're going to stand strong, and we're going to get better, and we're going to recruit, right? And we're going to get bigger, and we're going to get better. So I started reading the Word, and there's a great man, a great friend of mine. His name is Shane Tapia. Young man, he's just a warrior of the kingdom. And he started, when I was a Band of Brothers, I'm talking to him, and I said, I don't even own a Bible. I don't even know where to start. Like, how do you even read one? Where do you start? Because I want to. I was feeding, and he had one. He goes, well, I have mine. He goes, here, I'm going to gift it to you. And when he opened it, he goes, where do I start? He goes, here. He laid it down, and he opened it, and it opened up in the book of John. He goes, there you go. Wherever it opens, that's where God wants you to start. So I started reading. And the more I read, the more I wanted. The more I read, the more I wanted the information. The more I read, the more I wanted to find out. The more I wanted that relationship, because I didn't understand that you could actually have a relationship with our Father. I didn't understand. I didn't understand what that meant to actually be able to get on your knees and ask Him for something, like really have a conversation with Him. And the more you read, the more you start believing that you're actually having a conversation with our Maker, right? And, I used to get a lot of different gifts. People always would bring me different things, but since I started getting closer to God, I started being loud about it, because I said, when I was fighting for the wrong side, well, not fighting for that, when I was ignorant enough, I'm playing for the wrong side because I didn't know any better, and they're playing that music at the club, man, I'm raising the roof, I'm going out of my way, I'm being the loudest one. Well, now that I know I'm playing for the right side, I can't just be cool and quiet. If you're fighting for the right side, you got to be just as loud, just as crazy. You got to let people know. So, what better than social media, right? So I started putting a little bit out there of, my new journey, my new path, who I really wanted to be. And the truth is, I just didn't really care who liked it and who didn't. I knew the direction where I was going, and I knew that the right men and women were going to get closer to me because of it. And suddenly, like, people are coming to me and just like, hey, I got a gift for you, and you're helping me out. And they start gifting me more Bibles. Suddenly, I had like a collection of like 5. And I'm a big John Maxwell fan, so I get a John Maxwell Bible. And they all have a special, special writing or a special comment that people would put. And I kind of understood that, things were happening. I started feeling almost like that void that was at empty. And I was at a quarter full. Then half tank, right? And we're still work in progress. But the next Band of Brothers, I was able to go. It wasn't just 4 of us anymore. It was 14 men that were part of it, right? And what's beautiful is that there's a lot of men in this room that will reach out to me and say, hey, is that thing that you do, that Band of Brothers, did that really help you out? And I was like, man, totally. You got to get up the mountain, because the man that goes up the mountain is not the man that comes down. It never is. It's always a better version of that man. And the more trips you take up there, it's always a better version of that man that keeps coming down. Or women. My wife started going to Hearts of Beauty. And it's this different woman. It's always a different woman that comes down every time they go up. So if you haven't had a chance, I know they have them in Atlanta. I know they have them in Dallas, in Colorado, in California. You got to figure out when the next one is. And I would really advise you to take a trip up there and open your heart and see what it does for you. But one thing that we learned being up there is that, the devil can't hear your thoughts, but he can hear what you say. So you got to be very careful the things that you put out there, the things that you say, right? And he's looking for just a very small window to get in. Just a very small window for him to get in and attack. We heard something, and I really use it, which is recognize when he enters the room, when he's around you. Reject loudly when he's around. You gotta let him know, hey, you ain't messing with this guy. I know you're here. I can feel you. And you gotta replace with the Holy Word. You got to replace and put some positive in your heart. And you got to say, oh, no, not me. I fight for this side now, and I will take you out. And I will empower myself with the right man to take you out, and women. So you got to armor yourself. So write that down. Recognize, reject, and replace. And sometimes it's your own voice. It's that voice in your head. It's those thoughts that come across. I'm not good enough. This ain't for me. You know what? I'm not worthy. That was my biggest thing. I'm not worthy. When Jody asked me, hey, Shane wants you to speak Saturday morning, that's the first thing that came to my mind. I was like, am I worthy? Am I worthy enough to stand before this crowd? But you know what? If God didn't want me up here, he wouldn't have me up here. Right? Thank you, Coach. And you got to know that you are worthy. You got to know that you are. And those thoughts, you got to replace them. And look, the enemy talks to you with your own voice. It sounds familiar to you. He uses your own voice to talk to you. That little voice that you hear, I'm not good enough. I'm not going to make it. Why am I here? You have this, like these people that just end up committing suicide. And you're like, what? They were famous. They were rich. They look so happy. They're dancing all over social media. Like how? And you don't understand that little voice gets louder and louder and louder and louder if you don't know how to reject it, if you don't know how to recognize it, and you don't know how to replace it. I want to finish off with this, guys. You got to be careful that you don't just drift and do nothing. You know, if you leave a ship in the middle of the ocean and he's not intentionally going anywhere, by the end of one day, he'll be thousands of miles away just because the ocean will drift it away. And that's exactly what was happening to me. It's not like I want to go fight for the wrong side. That's not the kind of man that I am. But when you're sitting there and you're not being intentional, you will drift to somewhere you might not want to go. Because you're just kind of sitting there and you're thinking you're good, and you might feel that you're in a good place, but what you don't understand that inch by inch, little by little, you're being pulled into somewhere where you don't want to be. And it takes a lot more work to get back to where you were. So you got to be intentional about getting closer to your maker. You got to be intentional about having a conversation and reading the word and going up that mountain to Band of Brothers or Hearts of Beauty. And next time you go, fill up a cabin or 2 or 3. Understand that him who is in you is stronger than him who is around you. And you got to know that you're all created in the image of God, and you have God within you, so you're meant for greatness. And you got to understand that, man, this world's in chaos right now. And the enemy wins when good men and when good women do nothing, when you just stand there and drift. You might not think you're hurting anybody, but if you're not doing nothing and you see something wrong and you're not standing up for it, you're hurting somebody. So you got to get closer, and you got to get around strong men and women, and you got to get around, women of men of strong faith. And that's why me and my team are here, because we know what Coach Shane stands for. We know where he's going, and we know that the men and women that he surrounds himself with are in the same path, the same mission. You got to remember this. God didn't create you as a cruise ship. He created you as a battleship. You're a battleship, not a cruise ship. Give it up for that. Give it up for yourselves. You're here to fight and fight hard for the right side. And you got to armor yourself. Never go into a war, into a battle unprepared. You got to understand that the enemy works overtime, and he's not going to rest till he takes all of us out. So you got to armor yourself. You got to surround yourself. You got to put the word inside of you and surround yourself with men and women that want the same thing. We're all imperfect humans. We all make mistakes. The good thing is you got to recognize, and you got to know where you're at, and you got to get better, and you got to move on, and you got to thank God every day for his presence, for the air in your lungs, and you just got to be grateful that you're alive, and you just got to be thankful that you get a chance to be of influence or be influenced by the right people, that you get a chance to be part of this amazing, amazing opportunity that it's not just about making money. It's about understanding that, look, if you're chasing money, you're never gonna fill that void. But if you're chasing peace and greatness and you're chasing impact and to be part of number one, recruiting into and bigger the kingdom, man, that's where it all is. So, Coach Shane, thank you for the opportunity. I appreciate you, man. This is the first time I talk in public about this, but you know what? All glory to God.
Anybody believe that God's going to use him to do great things besides me? Yeah. You know, I'm so glad that you were all a part of history of watching the first time, because there will be times, there's going to be a time, it's going to be at least 10,000, but could be 20, 30,000 in the not too distant future that you're going to be in front of, that you're going to reach, that unbelief. God's going to use you in a big, big way. And he wants to use everyone in this room, right? Most everybody's heard my personal testimony. So I'm not going to do that this morning, but you need to understand, just like the book that I wrote, God wants you to win. God wants you to win. God loses when you lose, okay? The only way God can win is for you to win. I tell people, and I may later today, probably won't with everything we got crammed in, so I will say something now. I have so many people there are so many people that come to an event like this, and they hope this is where they're supposed to be. They hope this is what they're supposed to do with their life. They feel good hanging around these kinds of folks. And so they hope this is where they're supposed to be. That was me for quite a while. And long story short, in my mind, anybody would ask me, is this where God wants me to be? My answer would be yes. And when they would go, have you asked? My answer was, don't need to. Why don't you need to? Well, because we teach people how to be good stewards of their money. They're supposed to be good stewards of their money. We do good things. It's unbelievable, all the stuff. So they didn't ask you about all the good that the company does and all their stuff. I asked you, have you asked yet? Don't need to. The reason I didn't want to ask is I was scared to death he's going to take me somewhere else. That scared me to death. I didn't want to go someplace else. So there's people that they cannot figure out why they're at another event, and things just aren't going the way, but they haven't asked yet. Okay? God is a God of clarity, not a God of confusion. If you pray for clarity, he will slap you upside the head with clarity. Unless you're a person who needs to have whispered in your ear. He'll whisper it in your ear, but he'll give you the clarity that you need. So that is a prayer you definitely have to do, is you got to pray and ask, is this where I'm supposed to be? You understand? He's our Father. Those of you that are parents, you understand once you have a child, that's the most important thing. You can't explain it to somebody until you have one. But you want the best for them. If they get hurt, it hurts you way worse than it hurts them, right? That's how God is. He wants us happy. He wants us to feel good. He doesn't want us to hurt. So, if you pray that prayer and say, God, am I supposed to be here? And if I am, make it clear, please. If you pray that prayer and he takes you somewhere else, that's because you're going to be happier somewhere else. Okay? And once you know, people can't understand where my confidence comes from or sometimes my boldness comes from, because I don't care if it's the CEO of the largest company in the world, of which I've spent a lot of time with multiple ones of those as they were at that level. I don't see anybody any different in those situations. I did before I knew this is where it's supposed to be. But after I asked, you need to understand what goes along with asking and answering. When he answers you, that means he's with you. He is with you everywhere you go. All the companies that we're negotiating, they can't understand why I'm not stopping. And I keep telling them, don't worry, we'll get there. I'll get you there. Pray about it. They're not used to people being, in these positions being say, pray about it. Don't know if you're a believer or not, but pray about it. Promise you something clear is going to come, because this is what's going to happen, because it's what's best for you, us, and everybody else. So we'll get there. I can say that and act that because I know God is with me. And ain't no person or anything that I'm dealing with that is going to be God at whatever God wants. Right? So I pray about everything times a day. Before I walk into a place, I remind myself by asking him to be there with me. I know you're with me. Just wanted to say a quick prayer, God, just to remind myself that you're with me. You cannot lose when you're in that situation, okay? So your confidence goes through the roof. So it is a peace be all understanding. So in just a second, I'm going to ask you to bow your head, and I'm going to say a quick prayer for you. And I'm going to pray for those of you that aren't sure. I mean, it's so simple. You try to logic, logic don't work until you do the prayer. Then all the logic works like crazy. But all you got to do is ask for him to come in. Ask for you to forgive you for your sins. I have to ask for forgiveness every day because I screw up every day, right? But so all you got to do is ask for him to come in. You believe, and he's coming in, and your life getting ready to change. That half filled or that empty tank getting ready to get filled up, okay? So I'm going to pray for those of you that aren't sure that that's happening. Then I'm going to pray for those that have not, they don't know for sure if the business, Primerica, is where they're supposed to be yet. So just real quick, if you'll bow your heads, I want to say a quick prayer. Dear Lord, we come to you so thankful for your many blessings. Thank you for putting Satan in his place. Thank you for allowing things to continue to happen the way that they are today. I pray you bless every person that comes here today. But in this room, I want to specifically pray for those that aren't certain. They might have even prayed before. They might have been somewhere at some point in their life they prayed, but for some reason, they're not certain. They don't know. They need to get they need to get confirmed that they know for sure they asked. So with everybody's heads bowed, every eye closed, if you would like to ask for Jesus to come in and transform your life in all the positive ways that he does, just raise your hand up real quick. I see it. Yep. Yep. God is good. Keep your heads bowed. Okay, now, if you're not certain, you might have done it at some point in your life, but somehow Satan keeps making you doubt it, and you want confirmation. Well, you're with leaders that can help around you, surround you with that confirmation. You're in the right environment, and you would like just to pray again so you know that you know. Raise your hand. Awesome, okay. I see you. All right. Then lastly, if you would like to know that this is what your calling is. This is what you're supposed to do with your life. Because you know that you're supposed to win at whatever God's called you to do, and you just want to know if this is it. Because if it is, your future's bright here, but if it's somewhere else, there's going to be more happiness at that other place. So if you would like to pray that, just to know that you're in the right place, raise your hand. All over everywhere. Okay, great. All right. I pray all this happens for these folks. Those of you that want to pray the prayer, just simple prayer out loud, say, Lord, I believe that you are real. I want to ask you into my life. I would like forgiveness for all of my sins, to have that burden lifted. So I would like to ask for forgiveness. It's that simple. I'd say that in Jesus' name, amen. Okay, those of you got it in. Now, I'm getting ready to do something. And I always wondered, and you guys can open your eyes and look. I always wondered, what's this deal about people coming up front? That's another thing. I don't know that I need to come up front. Yeah, you do. Here's why. Humans need a physical thing that helps with confirmation, and you've got people around you that will pray with you, that will help you understand, so that when you're up here, you know you'll have a memory of this, and Satan will not be able to take that away. So I don't know what pastor's gonna play or sing, or he's just gonna play. So on the count of 2, everybody stand up real quick. Those of you that can help pray with folks, if you'll start coming forward. And on the count of 2, don't do anything other than take that step. There was a bunch you raised your hands, okay? So on the count of 2, come forward. 1, 2. I want you all to come forward to raise your hands. Whether it was the first time or confirmation or wanting to know if this is what you're supposed to be doing with your life. We got people that'll pray with you. Manny's up here. Karina's up here to pray with you. Okay, as everybody's coming forward, I just want to close with a prayer so we can have a little bit of a break before the meeting starts. Dear Lord, I pray for all of these people that have made decisions this morning. Show them like you know how to show them that you're real. We know you are. I pray for them. I pray they make connections and networks in a new way, a new serious connection with people in the kingdom that are in the room. We're just thankful for everything you do. And we pray that you bless and open people's minds all around the world that are live streaming, and those that are waiting outside of the doors to get in to hear our message later this morning. I pray blessings on all of these folks, that you bless them indeed and let them see that you're real. We pray all that in Jesus' name. Amen. We'll be back in here in about 13 minutes.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. If we get everybody to start finding their seats. I know last night it got packed down in the lower bowl, and so they were bringing chairs in. They got chairs in back there, and they got people up at the top. Our event in April, this will be standing room only. Hey, buddy. Oh, yeah. All right, we're rolling. We got a lot to cover in a short period of time. I am, for those of you in Chicago, in Texas, in Arizona, in Florida, in all those places out there that have newer folks that are tuning in, I'm going to try and do a little bit of catch up this morning as we get started, all right? So they didn't all come through again. That's all right. Then, you know what? It's all right. I'm just going to spend a little less time. What I want to do is summarize about why it's the right place at the right time and the synchronicity. Can you go ahead, Darren, and set that for like 15 minutes, not the 20 that I had, all right? The slide that didn't make it is trying to get you to understand all the things that are coming together to make it the right place at the right time. And nothing, 2023 will never happen again. And that isn't one of those, well, duh, 2023 ain't ever going to happen again. No year ever happens again. No, the things that are aligned are never going to happen again, all right? It makes this moment in time, you should have a sense of urgency to take advantage of what is going on out there, right? One of them is 75% of the U.S. population is looking, in all the polling, they say they have to make more money. Not they need to, they have to make more money. CNBC said in September, October, they said 70% of Americans were looking for extra money to combat inflation. The Wall Street Journal said more workers get side hustles to keep up with rising costs. Nearly 3/4 of workers said they need additional work. 81% of Gen Z, 77% of millennials, they are looking. And this headline was great. It was just the day of faith. So this is about 8 weeks ago. The great remorse overtakes the great recession, or the great resignation, as most workers who quit their jobs are having a hard time finding a new one, all right? Case in point, 60% of workers that have been actively looking, it's been over 6 months. Some have applied for more than 50 roles, and it's going to get worse in 2023, the worst that anybody's ever experienced, all right? Morningstar, a lot of people have heard this, but I want to make sure they get this, all right? So Morningstar, they are the leader in unbiased research. You can go Google all the information. And our competitors, us, we all use them, and we all use them because they're the leader in unbiased research, right? And their CEO was quoted as saying, Primerica will be as disruptive to the financial services industry as Amazon was to the retail industry. So think about this for a minute. Do not let how you view yourself biased your opinion on the facts that exist in the world, okay? Put your hat on that if you were a Steve Jobs type thinker, or if you were Elon Musk, if you were one of those kind of thinkers evaluating this stuff, all right? Okay? So as disruptive as Amazon, if somebody would have came to you 25 years ago and said, you know what, company you never heard of before, is going to put 100 of the largest companies in the United States into bankruptcy. They're going to start tearing down all the shopping malls, replacing them with parking lots. Because the company you've never heard of is going to deliver things to your front door for less money than you can go to the store and buy it yourself. People would think you're nuts. How's that going to happen, right? But 25 years ago, you invested $10,000 in Amazon. It's worth over $16 million today. And you know how many people said that Amazon thing wasn't going to work? That didn't know anything about the industry, didn't know anything about anything when it comes to this stuff. We're all saying that. And now people would die without Amazon, right? They built a better mousetrap. They reinvented the model to distribute retail products. We have already broke the code and built a better mousetrap and reinvented the way that financial products are delivered to the consumer. We have a 45-year head start on everyone else. It's physically, financially impossible for them to compete with what we're doing, all right? So, by the way, this is not a solicitation for stock. We're a publicly traded company. Don't go buy our stock because I've made any comment about any of this stuff. I'm not saying our stocks are going to go from 10,000 to 16 million. But I am saying the industry we're in, we have 4 industries of the industries we're in, and all 4 are larger than the entire industry, retail industry. So what Amazon did, folks, we're doing it. Why? Real brief recap. We spent 45 years perfecting our economic model. We made adjustments and adjustments and adjustments and adjustments. We identified the 3 major positives and negatives of each economic model, of which there's corporate America. Everybody knows what that is. 9 to 5, start your own business from scratch. Small Business Administration says over 90% fail by the 3rd year. Franchising model, you can pay somebody a couple $100,000, a couple million to be able to use their name, their image, their products, their systems, and then you pay them for that for the rest of your life, but at least you own your income stream. Then there's multi-level marketing or network marketing, which most everybody knows what this is by now. All of us have a parent or grandparent who's got a garage full of a whole bunch of crap. And when you ask them about it, they're not real happy about answering that question, right? But most people know these are a sham, that well over 98% are gone very quickly. The average length of one of these companies is 6 years. But everybody already knows that. And after COVID, millions of additional people have started joining these things. And when you interview them, it's because they can start part-time from home, doesn't cost a lot of money to get started, and maybe they'll make some money, okay? But so that's one. Then there's the brokerage model, which almost all real estate, investments, and insurance is sold through, all right? We took the 3 biggest positives, eliminated the 3 biggest negatives, and that is what has made us the center of the financial universe, okay? All of these companies around here have a very special contract with us, okay? And I'll use Rocket Mortgage because everybody can relate to a mortgage usually, and everybody's heard of Rocket Mortgage, but they all basically work the same thing. In order for you, first of all, Rocket has the best product, period, in the story. None of us, doesn't matter, apples to apples, FICO score to FICO score, income, ATP, all that stuff, apples to apples. Nobody, even at their local bank, can beat what Rocket does for a first mortgage. Okay, they're the best of the best, economies of scale. They just got there, all right? The only way you could get a better deal than going straight to Rocket is you go through Primerica to get in the back door of Rocket, and you can get a better deal than Rocket can contractually even offer to the public. Okay? Now you go, why would they do that? because they're in the industry and they know what's friggin' coming. You either get with us or your J.C. Penney's and Sears and all that stuff to Amazon, right? We have people every week contacting, please market this, please market this. What can we invent for you to market, okay? So everybody in the industry is wanting to do what Rocket does, all right? Okay, synchronicity, you've known us. I went through it last night, what the meaning is, and all this stuff that I say is absolutely, I believe both of those are true. You could not make up all the things that are happening all at the same time. It looks like it's organized by some big entity. So 2023, right place, right time, ain't ever coming back. COVID accelerated everything. Manny talked about that yesterday, okay? I mean, dramatically everything. And we were already paperless. A lot of our people were not paperless. The company had already invested tens of millions of dollars in systems for years, and we were already paperless. We did not need to do anything on paper. So when COVID hit, boom, we sent 2,300 employees home from the home office. They worked from home, and we grew by 300% and 400% in April over what we did in March, and they still processed all the business, okay? What it did, COVID just made us get everybody paperless super quick, and this was a big part. American people trusted Zoom as normal business almost instantly. Trust is everything, all right? We already had all kinds of different video conferencing things. We were trying to make that stuff work. The American public didn't trust meeting that way. And within 2 weeks, everybody accepted us meeting that way, okay? That happened. Today, the most credible third-party experts predict we will dominate the world's largest industry. It's not us saying, go, you go. They say that's the facts, and yet we're still the best-kept secret when they do the polling. And Manny, I honestly did not believe, when they would talk about this, you know, people would say that 95% of the U.S. population that is not in the industry has never heard of. So I go, that's just got to be an exaggeration. Because I didn't do anything for 15 years. Then I started doing a bunch of appointments in a hurry. Nobody has ever heard of us. It blew me away, man. So we're the best kept secret, but that's changing and changing quickly. That's why you got to read. If you need more belief to understand what the crap is going on, go read The Tipping Point by Malcolm Gladwell. I mean, it's just common sense, all right? So this survey we started posting, okay? We take a survey, which is the Financial Security Monitor is the name of it, and we fund it. As a company, we fund it. The first time we did it, first quarter we did it, it was picked up by 2 entities, okay? And it was killer information. It's just a poll. We pay a polling company to poll Main Street America what they're thinking, right? In the fourth quarter, when we put it out there, because we were named most trusted in the industry, so all the people in the industry and all the influencers on TV and print and media and all that go, oh, wait, maybe they're the... In the fourth quarter, 216 different entities, the Wall Street, everything you can think of, every TV show, everything was quoting it. And that attracted the attention of an economist. And just this coming week, she has written a white paper, which most people are like, in most paper, white? I mean, what do you mean white paper, right? Now, Eugene knows what a white paper is, okay? But it's just given the sterile facts, no opinion, right? And now the top economists in the world want to be a part of sharing what we're doing because they know what's going on. You are at the front end of the biggest explosion in the history of mankind, and that's without anyone knowing what we're launching, the way we're launching it this weekend, right? Okay, I just got the different order. Okay, I'm just going to go right, boom, boom, boom. Hey! Wake up! You in Chicago and Dallas and everybody else watching, wake up! This says everything. We're looking for headhunters, okay? Tim Stiles, the guy that hired me, hired one 21-year-old college dropout, and he's been paid $10 million from finding one. In another 19 months and 3 days, he should be making $1 million a year from one. And since the first 90 days, I can count on one hand the conversations he and I have had, okay? Your primary responsibility is to be a headhunter, to help us expand, all right? So with 2% market share in 2021, we had over 8,000 people make between 50 and 100. We had over 4,000 people make between 100 and $1 million, and we had 119 making $1 million. To just get 10% market share, if I had more time, I would show you all the stuff the experts believe, many believe we're gonna get 40 to 60% market share, okay? But just to get to 10, we have to add another 32,000, they make between 50 and 100, another over 16,000 make between 100 and $1 million, and about 500 more that make between $1 million and $12 million a year. If we only needed 2 more of these, ain't so great. We need tens of thousands, and you get the opportunity to get paid for the rest of your life by just plugging in and taking advantage of 2023, because this will never happen again. The Mannies of the world are coming running. The people that are very talented, that are making 300, 500, 700 someplace else, they're coming running, okay? Unbelievable, right? How confident are we in our future? Well, the Wall Street Journal in December, actually this was November 17th, 2022, Primerica announces $375 million share repurchase program. In 2023, we're buying $375 million of our shares back for anybody that's willing to sell them to us. What the crap does that mean? Somebody tell me. We fairly confident about where we going. Yes? Debt industry, summaries, we get going. Okay, the debt industry, debt creating industry, okay? We're gonna freaking acronym the crap out of there, but okay, so the DCI industry, the debt creating industry, okay? Mortgages, they're done wrong 99% of the time. You're gonna learn that in just a minute. Credit cards are the biggest ripoff you've ever seen. People that think they're getting free credit cards, you're gonna see how people are getting screwed and tattooed. The auto industry financing departments, just go interview people in there and ask them how can they hide this and hide that and add this and add that, and the consumer not really even know, okay? It's a perfect storm of synchronicity, and it's giving Main Street America an opportunity for a do-over. Never happened in our country. Everybody, 80% of the US population get a chance for a do-over in their finances, okay? In that do-over, though, the debt-creating industry is looking to pounce, okay? They want to go rob all of that money from the American people. It's us. There's one Primerica. There's 23,125 mortgage companies out there trying to do the opposite of what we do, okay? The best way I can describe it is if there was 23,000 semis on the 435 loop, okay? So 435 loop, probably about 50 miles across. It goes around the KC metro area, but it's basically a circle. And those semis had giant trailers, and they were full of aluminum cans, and they had 5 or 6 guys in the back throwing out aluminum cans. There's 23,000 loaded up, bumper to bumper, going around 435. They're throwing out aluminum cans as fast as they can throw out aluminum cans. And you got a pickup truck, and your job is to collect aluminum cans. Folks, we need so many people, it's not even funny. Okay, CoreLogic It's where you're going to get a lot of your information. I'm just telling you where to get some information. CoreLogic, they have the most recent data on everything that goes on in the mortgage industry, okay? And I just wanted to get to here. Their stuff, this was in, I think it was December. LTV was 43.6% average loan to value. Dramatically better than any other time in countries. There's 54% of value that people have in their home to do something with. The debt creating industry wants to go rob all of it and have them sign it away. We want to show them how to use it to get debt free much faster than they ever dreamt possible, get financially free, and help us in turn help change the world. All right, so I'm just gonna look. Here's why you got to have a sense of urgency. Just like there's a emergency boot camp this afternoon for you to learn the details on how the process works on our seed loans. All right. You need to be coachable with your regional vice presidents. I've given them specific instructions of things to do in the next 7 days, and you need to consume information so you know how to take advantage of it. Our next speaker is going to come up. He knows about the crusade. I asked him, he's a former occupation was a microbiologist. He's a research dude, right? So I asked him to do the research, to get the most recent stuff to teach the truth about what's going on that nobody would believe until he gets done showing you what he's going to show you. So give the incredible Mike Douglas a big round of applause. Okay, you got water. They probably already told. Do you already tell him? There you go. It'll come on automatically. I lied to him.
All right, good. Hey, good morning, and it's exciting to be up here for sure. And anybody have any fun yesterday? I'm telling you, I was so fired up. It was one of the meetings that just like blew by, and I was like, we're done? And I was talking to Ashley Struzik yesterday, and I said, this is like such a throwback Fast Start School. I mean, it's just like the crusade is alive and well, and I kind of know what's going to happen today, and I know what's going to happen when the event's over, and I know what's going to happen when we leave and when you get home. And I'm going to share with you a lot of that information today I think you're going to be excited about. But for the people that put this thing on, there's so many people that work behind the scenes. You have no idea. I was standing there watching yesterday, and can you please give a round of applause for the people, and you know who you are, that have put this on. This is unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. And if you hang with me, it's amazing, man. It's amazing that this happens. But if you hang with me at all, you hear me talking a lot about kindness. And I'm telling you, we live in a pretty crazy world right now. And the world needs a little bit more of it. And, you know, a lot of times I'll have a hashtag kindness and work ethic. I want to show you just a couple quick examples and I'll dive into my topic. I was watching yesterday, and there's a guy in here just running around here. And you guys have heard of the reaping and sowing principle. This guy doesn't get anything out of this, but he gives to give, not gives to get. And I got to tell you, Eugene Krupitsky, you blow me away with all the stuff that you're doing, and nobody sees you doing it. I'm just telling you, I'm watching you, man. I get it. It's amazing. Absolutely amazing. And it's just incredible. And, you know, there's people that have been kind to me in my career, and I think it's really important. Like Rich, I saw Rich Malloy. Man, Rich answered stupid questions for me in the beginning. I don't think I would have done this. You know, there's a guy that tracked me down on a chance meeting. There's a lot of people in this room, and I only let him come over to my house because he was supposed to be having tryouts with the Patriots and the Cowboys, and I thought I'd score some tickets. And so, Wendell Lewis, I appreciate you, man, because there's a lot of people in this room without that meeting and without you following up on me and me dodging you for 90 days, and you found me in the front yard with my mower, and I couldn't dodge behind a maple tree with the mower without getting caught. So that next Saturday you got me to changed my life, man. And so we're here, and then Shane, I don't know where he's at, but anybody seen Jerry Maguire? At the end, when Rod Tidwell's talking to Rob Firestone or whatever, and he goes, man, you're my ambassador of Quan. Shane is my ambassador of Quan. He has poured into me like you can't believe, and I've been on the phone with him so much in the last 2-3 weeks. And people ask, well, what was it like working with Shane in the heyday? Like right now. He is. I was calling Lisa and I go, man, I go, Shane's got one gear, and it's wide open, man. It is unreal what's happening right now. But I wanted to jump in to what I was talking about. And when we were digging this stuff up, I was on a couple calls, and I said, I think I have a lot of this. And so my kid was making fun of me. So I found my old compact computer from the late 90s that we built a lot of these presentations with, and I opened it up, and he's like, what's that? And I said, well, it's a computer, man. I bought it at Circuit City. And so some of you don't even know what a Circuit City is. And so I'm digging through there, and I'm getting all this stuff out. And so I was talking to him, and I said, this is going to be really impactful, but I said, let me tell you who I'm gearing this towards. I'm gearing this towards my two kids in the back. And you go, why? Because my kids are PFS kids. I mean, they're awesome. But they grew up in an era of Primerica when their mom and dad weren't in the debt business. They weren't in the debt elimination. They weren't in the smart business. So if you're not in that business and you don't have that same kind of passion, you don't talk about stuff like that like you normally would. And so this was geared to them because I need them to see this, because my wish for them as my wish is for you. And for you veterans, man, this is going to be a trip down memory lane, man. This is going to be like, it's Back to the Future on steroids. But for you that have been exposed here maybe in the last, 10 years even, last 3 to 5 for sure, there's going to be some things I show you that you're going to go, what are you talking about? And as we leave today, we're going to affect hundreds of thousands of people. Because I said, I'll go to my grave saying this. If your debt and your program is not with Primerica, it's at the wrong place. And you're going to see this. So let me get to it. Here we go. So indulge me. I know some of you seen me do this before, but if you haven't, just indulge me. This is a logo that everybody in this room has seen, yes? Okay. If you have never seen me do this before, raise your hand if you have never seen the arrow in the FedEx logo. The arrow. Raise your hand if you've never seen the arrow in the FedEx logo. There's a couple. Okay. Okay, now for those of you, I'm getting ready to wreck you right now. You ready? Uh-oh. There it is. And you've never seen it, and now you've been wrecked, and now every time you see a truck, and every time you get an envelope at your house, you're going to see the arrow. I was with my kid yesterday. Michael and I were driving around. I go, there's another arrow. Here's what's crazy. Those of you that have never seen it, it's been there the whole time. And you never saw it. And what's crazy is you will never not see it. It's the same with the debt business. It's always been there. You just haven't seen it. And after we get done, you're going to be aware, and there's going to be some of you going to get really passionate about it, get really educated, and you're going to make sure that you have a belief center when you leave here and you get back home, that you're going to want to make sure you talk to everybody you know, friends, family, relatives, and not be bashful about it. Because nobody does what we do, okay? So, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on the economy. Shane kind of covered that, but the fact of the matter is, for the economy to straighten out, a lot of people are going to have to go through a lot of pain. And that means paying more at the store. That means job loss. And so there's some things that are going to affect families in not such a positive way. And so that's why it's so critical for us to sit down with families. So, payday loans. People do what they know. And some people take advice from people more screwed up than themselves. And if they're in a stressful situation, the last thing they want to figure out is logic. They just want to get a situation fixed. I'm telling you, if you'll pay attention to this, you could trip on a payday loan store and hit your head on another if you drive around Kansas City. There's a bunch. And now you can do everything online. The problem is people don't understand how this works. So let's say you're strapped paycheck to paycheck and something happens financially to you that's devastating. So you get online or you go into the payday loan place and you say, man, I need $300 to get me to payday. So they front you the money. You get it online now and get your money in your account in 2 hours. So here's what happens. You get the money, and then when you get paid, you go back in and give them the $300 plus the fees and the interest that goes along with it. Not even thinking about how big a deal that is. Check this out. In the state of Kansas, this is legal, by the way, that they can charge triple-digit interest on a payday loan. And you go, what? Anybody heard of a company called Speedy Cash? Right? You've seen the commercials. Look at this. In Kansas, they could charge up to 391% APR. And it's legal to do. The statutes in Kansas look like this. On a 7-day loan, they can charge up to 782%, and it's okay. And I'm sure Missouri's the same. I'm sure Nebraska, Iowa. You might want to check that out, because if people get behind the 8 ball, man, they fall into a situation, there's no way they're going to get ahead financially. Can you see that? So if that's not their poison pill, then they go to this. Credit cards. Now, what's crazy is this is not taught in high school, and it's not taught in college. Michael and I had an appointment with one of the point guards that played on the basketball team when he was in college. Sharp guy. I think you'd be great at Primerica. So we were just chatting with him. And so before he left, I go, hey, let me talk to you. Let me show you, because I'm speaking on Saturday. I want to show you a couple things. This is what he said to me. This is a college grad, sharp guy. He goes, my dad's been trying to tell me about this, but I just don't get it. Let me tell you, what he doesn't get is going to hurt him. And that's why I'm excited to pour into him and get education to him. So here's what happens. Well, I showed you the college thing. Average college student loan debt right now is $3,200. That doesn't include student loans. That doesn't include everything that's going along with it, and it's going up. It's another sermon for another day to talk about how college is strapping kids down with student loans. But to walk out with $3,200 and know if they miss one payment, it's going to jack their FICO score up, they may not even be able to get a house. They don't know that. What's interesting is credit card debt is preventing nearly 20% of Americans from becoming homeowners because their credit's gone up too quick, they have too much credit, their debt-to-income ratio is all jacked up. How sad is that? 1 in 5 can't get a house. In addition, Americans are leaning more on credit card expenses, and they're high as 46%. That number's gone up. Last year it was 39%. If inflation continues to do what it's doing, that number's going to continue to go up. And they're carrying balances on this. So Generation X carries the most credit card debt. Look at this. Generation Xers carry a balance of $7,004 compared to $6,700 for baby boomers, $5,900 for millennials, and $2,800 for Gen Zs. Average credit card rate is 20%. I'm going to show you some stuff here in just a second. So if you don't pay any attention to what I'm saying, if you'll grab a hold of this, this is what I show in Hollis. This is incredible. People don't know the difference between the type of interest they get charged because they don't teach this. If I said to you, if we have a $17,000 loan at 18%, it's $595 is the payment. We have a credit card or a revolving balance where most of the payment just goes to interest, or we have a fixed loan. It's like car loan, X number of payments and you're done. Look at the difference. On the credit card, you pay $12,500 in interest, in debt for 17 years and 2 months. If you have a fixed loan, you're in debt for 3 years and 2 months, and your interest is dramatically less, like $5,300. Now, if you're watching at home, here's how Primerica works, A or B. B is always the right answer. So when we carry this on a little bit, the Wall Street Journal talks about prime rate. So you're like, what is prime rate? I keep hearing about prime rate. Prime rate is the rate in which the large banks determine how they're going to lend to people that borrow money, such as credit card companies. Last year at this time, prime was at 3.25%. I think you can probably see it up here. Now it's 7.5. If the Fed continues to jack rates, that number's going to go up. Well, how does that affect the American consumer? Pretty negatively. Watch this. I pulled some disclosures. Anybody ever got a credit card statement? Well, let me tell you how it goes. Have you ever heard this, bold print giveth, the fine print taketh away? It's true. If you flipped over your credit card statement and read the disclaimers, I would tell you you're probably fibbing. You're like, let's get it paid, let's get on the next thing. Well, watch this. This is the disclaimer stuff. So this was before prime went nuts. So prime here is at 5%. $13.99 is the interest they charge after they borrow money. And they charge revolving interest, not fixed. So watch this. With prime the way it is, Citibank right now is at 21.49. Well, I got a whole bunch more slides, and I don't know where they went, but that's okay. I'll just keep talking. Can you find those, by the way? Because I got a bunch of cool stuff on mortgages, and it's going to be pretty cool, actually. The bottom line is this. If you go to companies like Kohl's, anybody go in and get Kohl's cash? Oh, yeah, it's unbelievable. Well, every time I go in there, they want to charge, or they ask me, do you want to put that on your Kohl's charger? Or do you want to sign it for a Kohl's card? And I always say, no, I don't. Because if you put that on there at 30%, that's the most expensive outfit you're ever going to have. Right? You go into Cabela's. I know, don't get all quivered up. I like Cabela's too. The fact is, if you pay 30%, that's an expensive rod and reel. Hotels.com, their Visa card is anywhere between 21 and 27%. Let me tell you how this plays out. You take your family on a vacation, you got 4 or 5 that's going to go. You're going to end up getting a couple rooms. You're probably going to end up paying $2,500. Oh, you got it. Man, thank you, Patrick. You are the beast. I love that guy. So here's Hotels.com. He even found me where I was at, 19 to 27%. So what happens then is that you do that, and then you get on Southwest.com. Let me tell you how that trick is played out. So you're on Southwest.com, and you're booking 6 flights, and at the end it says, if you qualify for the Southwest.com credit card, we're going to give you $200 off on your flights. Guess what everybody signs up for? It's going to be unbelievable. So they do that. They've got $3,000 or $4,000 on their Hotels.com credit card. They got to pay for a rental van, food, shirts, crap, whatever. They come on with $10,000, and they're already strapped. How expensive does a vacation become? It's brutal, man. This is how people get in trouble, man. And we catch them at the end of this stuff. It's just amazing. So there's Cabela's. Told you about that. Nebraska Furniture Mart, which I love, by the way. It's an adult playground for me. I can lose 4 hours and be happy. And so at Nebraska Furniture Mart, this has happened 3 times to me in the last 6 months with clients. And so they're handing me their statements, and I'm like, and I say, well, okay, well, this is your minimum payment. How much are you paying? She said, well, I'm making the minimum payment. Okay, do you know how this works? Well, yeah, I'm making the minimum payment, and then I'll pay it off. I said, this is their current promotion, by the way. 20 months, if you buy a purchase of over $390, pays 0% interest. Watch this. Interest accrues at 18% from the date of delivery and will be charged to your account if the qualified purchase balance is paid in full by September 24, or if you have a late payment. If you do not pay it in full, they take a rate of interest of 18% back to the beginning of the loan and add it to the balance. If you make the minimum payments, you will not pay it off in time. Guess who knows that? Sure. They'll loan you money all day long. There's the Kohl's. Mortgages. Look, there's a bunch of different types of mortgages. One that you probably are at least familiar with or heard of. It's called an adjustable rate mortgage. Maybe more dangerous right now than ever before. This particular loan was a $211,000 loan, 4%, which is fine. Their principal and interest payment is $703. That's what they qualify for, debt-to-income ratios and so forth. The way this mortgage works is the first 6 years, the payment's solid, but then can go up every 3 years after that. And it can go up to a total of 12%. If they barely were able to qualify at 703 and the mortgage payment goes up, can you see how people can get in trouble? You can also see how people lose their houses. I want to show you another loan that's just as devastating, maybe even worse. It's called a balloon. This is a mortgage of $171,000, 4% interest rate. Their payment is $853. When you get a balloon mortgage, you qualify and they amortize it over a 30-year. So the payment is like a 30-year mortgage on a balloon. Well, after 7 years, you've paid $73,397, which I get it. But you're going to get in your statement in the 6th year, 11th month that says you've got a one-time payment of $149,000. Are you going to lose your house? How many people have $149,000 readily accessible? Just write a check. So a couple scenarios. They're either going to refinance it because they qualified on a payment for a 30-year note. So what are they going to refinance it into? A 30-year mortgage. So how long are they ultimately going to end up paying on this house? 37 years. But what happens if in the middle of that time frame your credit score gets destroyed or you lose your job and you can't refinance? You lose your house. Do you see where I'm going with this and why there's such a need for this? PMI insurance. Shane talked about this, man. This is legalized loan sharking right here, man. You are required to have PMI insurance on your mortgage if you owe more than 80%. So let me show you an example. Average median home price is $226,000. If you make a 10% down, it's $22,000. And this was back when rates were low at 3.75% on a 30. Your PMI payment's $383 a month. In 5 years, on the time that it takes to get under 80%, you're going to pay close to $25,000 to an insurance company that doesn't benefit you one iota. It doesn't go to principal. It doesn't go to escrow. It goes to the insurance company in case you default so they can turn around and sell your mortgage after you lose the property. My opinion is I think somebody needs to know about that because we have mortgages right now that people still are paying PMI insurance, but the values have gone up, and not one time has the mortgage company or the insurance company called them and said, you know what, we have evaluated this and you're paying way too much to us. Hey man, it's not gonna happen. It would be so worth getting an appraisal done to free up that $383. I'd rather them invest the money or pay on their debt, right? So we need to go see this stuff. Here's the solution. Shane talked about this last night, but it is true. People ask, what's the payment, what's the interest rate? Okay, let me frame this up a little different. If all you knew from me is I had a 5% rate or a 10%, what do you take every time? Well, sure, man, that's how we're conditioned. Let me frame it up different. How about 5% over 30 or 10% over 5? It's not a loaded question. 10 over 5. And here's the translation. I think I coined this back in the day. I thought this was actually pretty cool. I don't say a lot of profound things, but I thought this was pretty good. Interest rate is not an issue on non-borrowed money. Let that set in for you. Do you care what your interest rate is if you don't owe anybody anything? Here's the game and how it's played. The game is how fast and how efficiently can I apply payments to get out of debt and apply it to principal and be done. That's the game we're in, man. Nobody in our industry plays that game. I'm so jazzed to be back in that. We were great at it. Jamie and Kara, great at it. And what's crazy is that we have better products right now than we've ever had. And we've got better people working for us than we've ever had. I love it, man. It's so exciting. These are the right questions every time and on Sunday. What is the total cost of the loan, and when am I going to have this puppy paid off? You're going to hear a lot of that this weekend. Hopefully, I'm telling you, if you ever get this inside of you, how this works, you're gonna be such a crusader, man. You will not let anybody die of financial starvation because they got so much debt and they can't make ends meet. That should never happen. So here's the solution. You've seen stuff like this. So we got a first mortgage, $163,000. The principal and interest payment, $798. Personal debt, they've got $32,000 of junk debt, credit cards, such. $1,800 is their total debt service. We refinanced it with a seed loan, $35,000, and what was cool is that we got the payment down to $379, freed up $702 a month. If you have a consumer that you give $702 every month, what are they going to do with it? We're going to blow it. This is the here right. Listen to me. This is it right here. This is where we come in. Of the $702, we take $300, and everybody's situation is different. But in this case, we apply it directly to principal. They'll be totally debt-free in 14 years, 8 months. Take the other $402, invest it into something. If it averages 9%, they got $147,000, zero debt. Good situation? But here's where it gets exciting. You just freed up $1,800. You pile drive that on top of that, age 65, you got $1.3 million. We used to use this in op meeting all the time. How would they feel if you did that? Todd Bosler talked about this yesterday, about being referable. Could you be referable if you did that? You sure could. How would you feel about doing that? And how many out of 10 people would send you to see somebody? Last thing I'll leave you with is this. I had a conversation with a guy, smart guy, business owner, make a lot of money. And he told me, he goes, hey man, I'm buying an SUV. I go, you are? And he goes, yeah man, I've been haggling with them. I said, you've been haggling with them? What are you gonna get? He goes, well, I'm gonna get Escalade. And I said, well, how much is it gonna cost you? He said, about $100,000. Apparently I must have had a stupid look on my face, because apparently when people say stupid things, I apparently have a stupid look. He goes, what? And I go, look, man. He goes, no, but they're going to finance it for 8 years for me. Like he was like really proud. And I go, does it have a toilet? And he said, no. I go, has it got a refrigerator? He goes, no. And I said, you're telling me that you're going to pay $100,000 on something you can't live in, that the day you drive it off the lot, you're going to lose $20,000 in depreciation, and you're excited about that? He looks at me, and he goes, I swear, he goes, well, when you say it like that, it doesn't sound that good. That's all I got, man. I'm sure Shane's got some comments. Thank you so much.
Thank you, buddy. You know, one of the things that has hit me that's been pretty obvious with the things going on, we have so much information to get to you, right? And so this is just kind of a tease to get you to want to pay attention when you have a chance to get information, okay? And I'm just planning ahead, planting the seed. The fact that the SEQ folks flew in here and they're willing to do a boot camp and talk to Pastor Lee, all that kind of stuff. In a minute, after our next two speakers, I'm going to get a head count on a hand count because I'm buying all the pizza for people that will stay for that 1 hour boot camp training with Jose from 2 to 3. So you got a break, you know, but then there's somewhere we're going to find in here and we're going to have that. So I just want you to be thinking about that, thinking about your plans. I know everybody has team plans, all that kind of stuff, but we got to take advantage of this opportunity. Having them here. I mean, because I'm telling you, we couldn't make it up as good as we did. Nate might even, I don't know if Nate will talk about that or not. Nate's our next speaker. He is the right man for the job. You heard his story last night. It took 18 months to recruit him to come here to this position. He came here because it believed in the crusade. The rates came down. All of a sudden, he was in the mortgage business. The few people that were involved in our business were just kind of in the mortgage business. He came here on a crusade. He is so excited about doing the right thing for the consumer and leaving that first mortgage that they refinanced down at 3% and leaving that there, and let's take that on a second and help those folks. I want you to know, the very first one I looked at, Manny. So I've been working on this since March, okay? And then it gets to about June, July, somewhere around in there. And it ain't moving like it ought to be moving, okay? I mean, the companies that work, there ain't enough sense of urgency. And so I went and the very first thing I got. Now, trust me, I love Rocket. You hear me talk about them on a first mortgage. You can't beat it anywhere else. It's this cash out refi crap that's happening now that should almost be criminalized, okay? Because when you have somebody, when you don't have a second, the entire industry, most of them don't have seconds because they got rid of all that to try and keep up with the big refi boom, all right? So $189,000 first at 3%, okay? And then about $30,000 in junk debt. They were proposing refinancing the $189,000 first at 7% so they consolidate $30,000. And those things are right now in the United States of America are getting closed left and right. I sent that to our executives and go, this is not what we want to be a part of. And bloom, okay? But that's what the entire industry is doing, okay? Nate came because he wants to fight that, right? He's the right guy for the job. Listen to what Nate's got to say. I appreciate you, dude. I love you, appreciate you, all that kind of stuff. And before I forget, because I know you're going to go get back to your family as quick as you can. And what size are you? What size are you? Extra large? Extra? You got a big.
That one looks good.
No, you just. I'll find one. Okay,
sounds good.
Have it.
How's it going, everybody?
But this
Thanks,
is
Shane.
the seed loan ones to take
Love
back to your.
Love it. Good to see you all again. Good morning. Good morning. Man, so y'all ever been? We just went through COVID and we had all this. Everybody was wearing masks and trying to be really careful and stuff. And did you ever during that time go into like a nasty, infested place and you could just see stuff on the walls and people were coughing and sneezing and you just walked out of there feeling really gross, like I gotta take a shower? Anybody ever feel like that? I've been backstage listening to everything. It's almost like I don't even know what I'm supposed to say at this point other than amen, all this stuff. But some of the stuff's been really exciting, but some of the stuff's been just real talk about how bad it is out there and some of the creepy, horrible things that are happening out there that have created such a problem in America. So before I get going, I'm going to be pretty quick, but I felt like I needed to kind of shake off all of that nastiness that we just heard. So I'm just going to give everybody a chance. Just shake it off a little bit if you would. It'll help you wake up a little bit. It just made me feel a little bit icky. So, but now we're gonna we're gonna go through and do some good things. So I sat back there thinking, I got all this stuff that I'm gonna cover. I'm gonna go through it really quick. What would anybody, if I were sitting in the audience, what do you want to hear from me at this point, other than the same stuff that you just heard? I just want to say, amen. It really is happening out there. I guess I want to legitimize, if that's needed at all, the stuff that we're talking about. Those are not made up headlines. Here's the headline. I pulled my own headlines. They've got their headlines. I pulled my own headlines. There are huge problems going on out there. There are companies who are strategically trying to figure out how much money they can make and all the sneaky ways that they can do it. And you know what they base it off of? They base it off of, okay, there's this law here. How creative can we be to get around it? How sneaky can we be to trick the person? I just saw a situation with one of our MLOs where their client, we had just done a loan for them, and they started getting all this stuff in the mail, and it said Rocket Mortgage, or it said Spring EQ. And it says that in there, and so they think immediately that the mail that they just got is from their current lender. And then they proceed to go through all of this really bad advice. You need to call us, you need to take out this extra money. And we think that you could do that because of your income, because of your credit score, and it's going to be great, so much money. You can have it all at your fingertips. And they call and they say, man, I just got this from Rocket. I just got this from Spring EQ. No, you didn't. You just look at it and stuff, and at the bottom it says, we're not actually part of your lender. But somehow they get away with this sneaky crap, and they put that at the top. And because they mention it somewhere in there, and they get around some little law, anything that they can do to trick you, to trick your clients, they're going to do it. So it is a problem. Everything's out of control. We're the only ones who are going to be able to fix it. And so I'm just going to quickly go through. You heard all of this stuff already. But guys, the average consumer debt in America is $92,000. The average homeowner has $257,000 in equity, and we're the only ones who are going to be able to tell them how to use that equity wisely and financially responsibly to make good decisions that are going to put them on a completely different trajectory. And some of this stuff is emotional. If you do the math, sometimes you go to somebody and they've got 9 different debts, and you show them, here's how you can not consolidate, but here's how you can go through and eliminate that as fast as possible. Use a debt stacking model, use a snowballing model, whatever. You can teach them some of those things. It's not working. That's the reason that our debt has climbed to $4.7 trillion. It's not working. People can't stick to the discipline of it. There's too many things to keep track of. There's something in addition to the math and the financial sense of what we're doing by being able to do a consolidation loan and then fast start to eliminate all of that debt. There's something emotional with that as well. It's like I can focus, right? I can focus on one thing. It's hard to focus on 10. And so it's a big problem. There's no doubt about it. I just wanted to, I saw the success stories coming through, and there's some more success stories coming, and I don't want to steal any of that thunder, other than to emphasize and to tell you, we've just been doing this a short amount of time. We've had tons of successes. So we had one that I just worked with, a customer in Florida, had a small business. And there was some sort of crazy balloon payment on that business loan, that the fine print, something that he didn't see. So you got a small business customer, just started their small business. His business was about to fail. He was about to go bankrupt. His client, he was going to have to give the whole entire thing up. And because he was paying almost $7,000 a month with this balloon situation, and he had like 30 days to survive, essentially, to get out of it or let the business fail. So that's not your typical maybe debt consolidation, but we were able to get in there with Spring EQ, and our MLO down in Florida was able to help them, save them $5,400 a month. You can imagine, right? Starting a new business. So that business owner now is able to continue on with his business plan. We didn't increase the debt at all, not by a penny, but we put it into a new financial instrument where that sleazy one before with the balloon payment was on there, and we're able to help him keep going with his business. Just got a call a couple of weeks ago. One of our MLOs, Robert McClinton, he's an RVP out in California. He was telling me about, he just closed 4 of these things, and I think his turn time was an average of 11 days. One of these clients, he went and joined the closing. You don't have to do that. He went and joined the closing. Husband and wife literally at the table crying, tears in their eyes. And it was one of these, holy cow, I'm all of a sudden getting emotional. I know people, I have friends, I have family who are in this situation, so it hits close to home. It is, they're crying at the table because before that, they didn't even know if they could make ends meet. The inflation was going up. They were living paycheck to paycheck. They had some debt. All this did was create enough room for them to be able to get by. They didn't go and invest a $400,000 investment. They didn't start putting $600 towards retirement. But what they did do, it freed up some cash flow. What he allowed them to do is put I think $150 towards saving, change some habits, but have some money so they can live paycheck to paycheck and have some room and be able to continue to meet with Robert on financial decisions they can make in the future. But they just sat there at the table and felt like, we can survive now because you just saved us, I think it was $660 a month in payments so that they could protect their family. It's an amazing opportunity. This other one too, this is just an example, and there's people like this everywhere. This person was just sort of aimless with no financial plan. They were surviving, they were fine, but they had some debt. They were buying stuff. They weren't really getting ready for retirement in any sort of way. They were just aimlessly walking through the wilderness. We're able to get in there, do a seed loan essentially with this person, and this guy all of a sudden has a plan for retirement and became a recruit. They recruited him and said, hey, I want to join what you guys are doing. I don't want to walk aimlessly anymore. I want to be part of Primerica. Tell people what you just told me. And it all started with opening up the door to consolidating debt. So there's stories like this left and right, and we've barely started. When you all just get involved and we create this crusade that's going on, and I'm telling you, the crusade, Primerica has been on a crusade for a long time, but as we've gotten back into the debt crusade, as I told you before in another presentation, we kind of experienced some bumps in the road. What's the best way to do this? We didn't have Spring EQ yet, and we didn't have Shane, and we didn't have your hierarchy, and so everybody's just sort of kind of been figuring it out. I'm telling you that the modern Primerica crusade is starting here with this group, and it's going to explode, and we're going to make a huge difference, and everybody else around the country is going to follow. So as we do this, it's important to know it's working well. We have really fast turn times. We have a really good partnership. So Spring EQ is the right lender. They're helping us they're flexible. They're helping us to make decisions. They're getting to know Primerica, and I just wanted to show you as well. We are there we go. So this map will go all green, but we're just working really hard to get all of these states. Some of these states are coming soon. Some of these states we've already rolled. So in a matter of just 2.5 months, we've rolled this out in 20 states. We're going to get to all of them. We're going, but we're kind of taking over the country so that everybody has the opportunity. I promise I won't go through every single one of these little pieces, but this is the roadmap on what it takes to get a loan done. So those of you out here that are already licensed, you can start with these loans today. Those of you I think we have 137 names of people who want to get licensed when we start going with that army. When you're ready to help your client, there is a ton of people ready to support you. The dark blue here is the stuff that you need to be involved with. So essentially you find a client, talk to them, help them take an application, and we've made that as easy as possible. Our home office team takes it and runs with it, and they get everything going with Spring EQ. And then you're just basically helping them, encouraging them, hey, make sure you take all of the documentation the underwriter needs and get it over to them. And if there's appraisal needed, great. If there's not an appraisal, and there's lots of cases where they don't need an appraisal, it's one of the reasons we partner with Spring EQ. You help them out with that part. Spring EQ is going to help. They're going to underwrite it. They're going to get it done. They're going to go through closing. That's all being done and driven without you having to be involved. So we have a great process. If you want to know a little bit more, you can go to the Mortgage POL site. We're still building that out. We're adding tools and one-pagers that show you how to do it, training links that you can watch, decks that you can look at. So even if you're not ready to do one and you want to understand it more, you can go out there to the POL site, find the Home Equity Loans tab, and you'll be able to look at that. There's resources on the Spring EQ website. So this is just a screenshot from there. You can go to the Spring EQ website and you can see some of these things. For those of you who are licensed can see these readily. Some of the other ones you might have to grab somebody in your base shop that's licensed and get access to them. But our goal is to make it as simple and easy as possible for you to help them. The last slide that I'll cover before I get it back over to Jose is just a reassurance that we have your back, okay? I'm not the one going out and meeting with each individual client. I'll come with you, by the way. Let me know, call me up, and I'll come and do it. But you guys are out there making this happen. You're talking to clients. You're spreading the word. You're sitting down and finding these opportunities. As you do that, anytime you learn something a little new, so it's already a no-brainer that the Debt Crusade has to happen. It's already a no-brainer that we need to partner with Spring EQ to do these seed loans. All of that stuff has been established, right? But the math is a no-brainer. The people need this, and here's how you do it. But sometimes that conversation, you gotta sort of grow that muscle a little bit. It's just like learning a bike, right? You gotta try it a few times. So what I want you to know is we have training wheels for you. We have people that are gonna run alongside you while you're learning to ride. We are right there to help you. So what that could look like is you find a client, you say, hey, tell me about your mortgage, tell me about your debt, just some of the basic conversation you'd get in an F&A or a financial conversation. You can go ahead and stop and say, hey, let me call you back in a little bit. You can call a lifeline. You can call one of the members of my team. You can call Jose and just say, this is what I just found out about this client. I know they need help. Will you help me figure out how to present this to them? How do I get started? You do that 3-4 times with us where we're sort of holding your hand through. I know most of you don't like to have somebody holding your hand as you go through. You want to be the expert. Do that a few times with us. We will help you. We'll put you in a good situation. We've got your back. You can take a picture of this slide. We're going to help you get through it. And then you're going to feel confident. You're going to be off and running. We'll still be there, but you're not going to have to call us as much. You're just going to be off and running and making a huge difference. So thank you for what you are about to do. I appreciate the chance to have been here, to have learned. I've been taking a lot of notes. I promise you that I and my team will continue to learn from you and hear what you need in order to make this thing successful, and we'll do our very best. Thank you very much. I'm going to pass it over to Jose. So here's the man, the myth, the legend, Jose. So he's going to take you through a couple of details about Spring EQ and just make sure you have everything you need. So, man, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thank you very much. Put this back on.
Yeah, just looks a little bit different color. That's all.
Perfect. How's everybody doing? Woo! Got chills. I want to start off with something a little bit different. Remember what I do when I do a presentation? I took notes yesterday. During the training, and something Coach Manny said is the most two important things is briefing and debriefing, and stop note-taking instead of game plan. So what I'm going to do right now, I'm going to start the briefing of how you set the expectation with the client, and then I'm also going to set you the game plan of how to execute. Are we here to take notes, or are we here to execute? Great. So the two products Primerica Spring EQ offers is fixed and HELOC. Our fixed product is the same as a first mortgage. It's a 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30-year loan. Our HELOC has the same characteristics of a credit card. The only difference is it's attached to the property. So anybody who's ever had a credit card or a secure credit card, all a HELOC is a line of credit that's revolving that you can continuously use for the first 10 years. After that, whatever the balance is left will be recalculated off a 20-year amortization. So there's 5 pieces of documents you need to get the ball rolling with your client. Majority of you guys have this information because you have a lot of business with the client. You're going to need 30 days of pay stubs, driver's license, homeowner's insurance, mortgage statement, and the last 2 years of W-2. That's typically for your mom and pop, W-2, self-working people. Now, when you go to your self-employed business owners, like everybody in this room pretty much is in Primerica, you're gonna need, to self-employed, you need 2 years of personal returns and 2 years of business returns. The simplicity of it is we do not verify assets. So we're not asking for bank statements. We're not asking for reserves. We're also not asking for 401k information. So here's some of the criteria for doing a loan with Spring EQ. We go down to a 640 credit score. That is huge. And I'm gonna tell you why that's huge. The average person in the United States doesn't have an 800 credit score. Can you all agree? Myself, one thing Alan Williams, my coach Alan Williams, who's the regional vice president out of Jacksonville, used to tell me was, never talk about the person, always talk about yourself to relate the story. I have a 693 credit score. So much as I'm up here, I don't have an 800. So I like to talk realistic things. For a fixed loan, which pretty much what Primerica will be pushing, is to get clients consistently, steadily debt-free. From a 640, we go down to a 70% loan to value. As Shane was saying, a lot of clients are at 50%, 40, 30% loan to value on their properties. So they have a ton of equities, but they're just afraid to touch it because no one's gave them a game plan. With a 740 score, which you're gonna get better pricing. But even at 680, I have a 693, so I qualify. At a 680, I can tap into 90% of my home value. That is big. So especially when you're in the Midwest, a lot of times you have lower appraisal values, but you're able to get that extra $30,000, $40,000 to consolidate the debt you're looking to pay off. For the HELOC, which is a line of credit, we go up to 95% loan to value. So some of you guys have clients that have retirement investments with you guys, and you want to give them a second outlet to not tap into that and have a backup, and comes at a cheaper rate than what they're paying at credit cards. I sat down yesterday after Coach Manny was talking, and I said, let me check my rates on my credit cards. And everybody's got the American Express, the Chase, and all these cards. I pay it off every month, but I didn't realize my Chase card is 23%. But no one talks about that. So while we're sitting here, our clients are worried about the cost of interest rates, I'm paying, if I miss a month, I'm paying over 22% on my credit card. That's just giving away money. Here's the deal, here's the thing that makes me so excited about Spring EQ and is a game changer. Have any of you guys ever pulled a credit report before? How many credit scores are on a credit report? 3. What score do they normally take to qualify you? The middle. Now, have you had scores when the middle score isn't the best score? Which is typically not, it's the average of all 3. Spring EQ only uses Experian. The reason why Experian typically is the higher model, we use Experian Model 8. On top of that, Experian allows you to do what's called an Experian Boost. You actually get credit for your light payment, your water bill, your Netflix, and they take that in consideration and they apply that towards your credit report and give you credit for it. So just like we were saying about Robert Milton, he had a client jump 46 points in 5 minutes by doing an Experian Boost. Could you imagine having a client that you're trying to help get out of debt and they got a 620 and no one would touch them, and something just as simple turn around takes them up to qualify to be able to help that family? Is that not powerful? The Experian Model 8 is very simple. You log in. It's not a hard pull or a soft pull. You're at the KT. So I'm going to speak like I'm doing a presentation. You're sitting down with the client. You're talking the game plan. They tell you the situation. It says, let's look at your score. Let's say they're hesitant to let you pull their score because everyone's embarrassed. Fine. We're going to go to Experian.com with your client. They're going to log into their own Experian.com website. They're going to tell you the score. They got a 638. We're going to sit right there with them on the fly and do the Experian Boost. It takes about 5 minutes. It logs into your personal banking information. It goes to the past 3 months of your bank statement and gives you credit for anything that you pay repetitively for the past 3 months. So right there, our average client jumps 5 to 15 points. So if you had a 638 and you jump 5 points, you're now over 640. We can do a loan. You can't do that. And even with the tri-merge, a lot of times you hear companies says, we're going to do some kind of recalculation. Can you do a recalculation same day with a tri-merge? Has anybody ever seen that done? Within 5 minutes, your client has a new score that we can use to do the loan. So this isn't a long process. I'm giving you a game plan to execute. The goal is to execute in 15 days. We're going to change lives in 15 days. We're not going to drag this out 45 days like a traditional loan. Milton closed the loan in 12 days. The fastest loan I've closed at Spring EQ is 7 days. The fastest close in my office is 4 days. So the most important part to execute that is documentation. Thank you. I'm big on execution. I don't believe in dragging things out. I have a, like I said, I have an issue where if it takes too long, I never do it. Same thing with your clients with creating a game plan or debt stacking. I remember debt stacking. It was awesome, as long as you follow it. So what we're going to do is do accelerating debt stacking. We're going to pay everything off, get those 15 bills down to 2 bills. Here's a scenario we have in Florida. Crystal here in Florida, home value is $620,000. She has $80,000 in debt and she's paying $1,300 a month. The most important part about the $1,300 a month, that's the minimum payment. Credit cards are compound interest. It's not simple interest. So she's paying $1,300 for the minimum payment. They got a mortgage balance of $396,000. Interest rate is 2.85. So just me being in the industry and understanding the numbers, when I see 2.85, I already know that Crystal refinanced in the past 2 to 3 years. I can assume that she's within the 25 to 30-year mortgage. She's nowhere near 10 years into her mortgage. Crystal has $400 between her checking and savings. So can we all agree Crystal's probably checked the check? So Crystal wants $100,000 out to pay off debt and have some emergency savings. How important is emergency savings in creating your game plan for your client? If the client doesn't have emergency savings, what do they typically do? They call you and says, hey, Coach Manny, can I dip into my IRA? And Coach Manny's already saying no. Right now, Chris has a 738 credit score. So if you go back, remember, at the slide before, you get a better rate of 740. So you sat down with Crystal. Crystal does Experian Boost right there on the spot. Crystal gets 3 points. Now Crystal has a 740 instantly. We're not waiting, leaving the KT, and I'm gonna call you back later. On the spot, you're doing Experian Boost, and that's transferring right over to me. Crystal right now spending $1,600 on her first mortgage. Between her debt, she's paying $1,318. A total of $2,955 with Crystal spending a month. So let's say, just back what Coach Shane was saying, the client was got the option, first mortgage call says, hey, we'll refinance you, we'll put it all in one for you, but 6.5%. Now, one payment sounds very attractive to the client, but what you don't realize, you're taking $396,000 and you're tacking on 3% more in interest rate. If you added the $100,000 to the $396, you get $496 at 6.5%. Crystal's paying $3,135. Her payment went up $180. Is that doing the right thing for the client? Yeah, Crystal gets one payment, but we're digging Crystal in a deeper hole. And now her exit date to be financially free is just extended out. Spring EQ, doing a C loan with Spring EQ. Crystal keeps her first mortgage at 2.85. Crystal does a C loan with Spring EQ. It's 80% loan to value is a sweet spot with Spring EQ. 80% and down is a great rate. $100,000. Now, here's what everybody always shakes at. 10.25. I want to let you know, we don't talk rate. We talk solutions. Is Primerica Solutions? Primerica's solution is Spring EQ is just one of them. At 10.25, fixed. And Bob said to me yesterday, what about a 20-year? So I says, let me put something together with a 20-year. Fixed at 20-year is paying $981. So Crystal went from $1,300 in credit card payments down to $981. Her new payment combined total household is $2,619, saving Crystal $337. So granted, she would have went with the first mortgage. It was simpler in her mind, but this actually created a game plan to save her money, and now she get out of debt. Consolidating all debt and being coached to eliminate, it's gonna lower her utilization across all her credit cards, which is gonna boost her credit score. She's gonna now have emergency savings to prevent future bad habits. And one of the most awesome things about our loans, there's no prepayment penalty. So even if you're sitting there looking at the 10.25, in 2 years from now, the rates go down, the Fed tries to play nice with us, and the rates go down to 6%. You could refinance this loan for Crystal and drop the rate down with no prepayment penalty, and you're never touching the first. So I started off talking about there's two things that are important, briefing and debriefing, and then not note-taking, executing. What I want everybody to do is write down 1 through 5 on a sheet of paper if you have it. Shane didn't bring us here to note-take. Shane brought us here to execute and change lives. Without thinking about it, I want you to write down 5 people you know that owns a home. And after this over today, I'm gonna state later, because I wanna make sure I help everybody. Every single person that's on that list, I want you to come by me and let's run a scenario. Let's see how we can be impactful and help a family out. The last part is the debriefing. Once we help Crystal, the game really begins. Now I need Coach Manny to sit down with her and help her with the other financial assets, things that Primerica offer, and cross-sell her into getting her financially free. Thank you guys very much.
Dude, Eric, I want to make sure, well, I'll be back here. Okay. All right. Do we help people? When you have homeowners and you do that for them, and instead of taking advantage of them, you actually help them, right? They are going to feel obligated to talk to their neighbor, their mom, their dad, their brother, their cousin, and you're in those killer markets. I want to bring up real quick the only person in this entire room that has any experience with actually doing this. And so if Kirsten would already start coming on up here, and I hand her there she is. I'm going to hand her the microphone. You owe this lady a huge round of applause. I'm going to let you hold that. Thank you. Oh. You need to understand, she didn't know me from Adam, really, other than, she was here at the event a couple back, and that last event, they were MVPs. They're up here. That impressed me, and you kind of heard this story already before. And she was willing to do something with really pretty much blind trust. And I said, but I did tell her, I go, if you do this, first of all, you're going to be impacting so many people, because I need somebody that's your credibility, your demeanor, your degrees, your law background. I need all that because I got to push really hard to make something happen. And so I asked her, I go, will you get your mortgage license in record time?
No pressure.
Yeah. And by the way, when she says no pressure, I mean, she will always come across like no pressure. I mean, she's got that demeanor, she just, but I'm sure I felt bad all the way along because I was like, I need to pass it in record time because that's how I'm going to open up the first people's minds, And then I asked her to do a whole bunch of apps. We got together a team, and I think we did 12 that first weekend, right? I promise you, everybody in here and everybody sitting out there, I mean, by the way, in the green states, they're green. We can take apps today, okay? Missouri should happen sometime by the end of this next week or so. I'll keep you posted on that. And then anywhere else that we are, I just need to know that we're there and they're not there yet, and we'll get that there in front of the rest of the theirs, okay? Can you just, the three examples that I had given, I don't even remember the numbers, but those first, I think they were the first three even. I did an appointment with two of them, basically, as I'm driving down the road on Zoom, right? Asking them to submit their stuff. On just the savings, if you can remember those first three, how much did we save each one of those first three?
Well, I don't remember exactly, but I know between all three it was $800 to $1,400 a month. All three.
That we saved them.
That we saved them in monthly cash
And
flow.
applying it back the way we teach them to how to apply them back. And I know Corey with his finance brain helped do a lot of that stuff. So, what were the estimates of how fast first mortgage, second mortgage, all debt was completely wiped out?
So the example that Mike Douglas shared yesterday was one of our first three. So that was 12. I think it was half the time. They had 24 years left on their first, and then they were completely debt-free. I think it was in 12 years.
And they had money invested.
And they had 700 and something thousand invested at the end of that time. I don't remember the other two.
So, well, I think I do, and I think Corey might.
Corey probably
One of them, though, what they had at the end of the mortgage time, one was 1.8 million, and the other was 3.4 million. Right.
So less than 10 years.
All of it. I mean, it's unbelievable. So, she not really ever been in the field. Corey was the one out in the field doing stuff. She was getting her securities licenses and all that stuff, and had done some securities appointments. But so, completely green, really, to what we do, and had never been in the mortgage business. Didn't even, none of that kind of stuff, right? And we did those first 12. These people that might be a little bit nervous or anything, what advice or what could you tell them to make them feel?
In the room.
Yeah.
Just do it. For me personally, it was much easier than any of the securities tests that I took. It's really straightforward. Everybody at home office is super, super helpful. There's a lot of resources out there. Most of us, probably a lot of us, have bought houses. So for me, like the securities language was, a lot of it was pretty foreign. It was very new. So you're really starting from ground zero or lower than that. The mortgage stuff, you at least have heard it. You've seen commercials, like you're like, oh, that word is familiar to me. So, and it's just too important. Like now that we've gone through these examples, we've gone through this, it's just, the crusade is really, really there on this piece especially. Like it's just so significant. With the 12 that we did, everybody had a different story, everybody had a different need for it, but everybody had a need.
Yep.
And everybody really, really wanted it. Tennessee's a hard state. We learned lots of red tape there. So, but most of the states don't have that. So you guys will be able, it's just, I can't stress enough how important it is, and it just completely changes the game. And it's so easy to have that conversation. You're not trying to sell them anything, you're trying to make their life better, and it just backs up everything that we do. It's a feel-good conversation to get them out of a really stressful situation. It gives you a reason to contact your clients. Like it just, everything about it is good and helpful, and it's not pushy, and it's, once they have the light bulb, it's a no-brainer. And I'll tell you, one of our couples is the perfect example of how this works. They did the loan, closed the loan, are completely debt-free, have a first and a second mortgage, and that's it.
And they know that when they're going to get out of debt.
They know when they're going to get out of debt, and it's Sam and Chris. They don't care
I know
if I tell
it is. Now, those
here.
were two of the first folks that I driving down the road with. I think Chris was on the phone, I think, or on the Zoom, and they did. And now, so just sitting there in your seat, okay, before the seed loan process, okay, now you're a client yourself. Anything change inside of you about how you would talk to people about what we do?
She said from personal experience, they were living paycheck to paycheck mostly before all of that.
Well, yeah, see, we learned, like we had to do a test. One of the things we had to do a test. Tennessee is the most difficult state in the country. I didn't know that, okay? But I'm glad that happened because we learned that there's a cap. Not everybody can get, they're not allowed, HELOCs are against the law in Tennessee. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff that we were able to learn, but we still helped a bunch of people there. And they're, everywhere we go, the biggest ripple effect for everyone, whether you get your license or not, and by the way, everybody talks about how difficult the license is, because they have the staff. It's not like any license you've gotten. They hold you by the hand all the way. They answer the questions for you. They do everything.
You don't do anything on your own. You actually contact home office first to even get started. They're like, when do you want to do your class? They call you to schedule your test. Like, they babysit you literally.
They do it all, okay? They do what I want PFSU to move to, okay? So it's just going to keep getting better. Though I think the biggest thing out of all that, well, first of all, I said everybody that's anybody in the company would know who you are. Do they?
I think so.
I mean, now she can pick up the phone. I mean, and so part of being coachable and doing something, when your leader asks you to do something, it's because they know in our business, unless it's best for you, they ain't asking you to do it, okay? And if they tell you something's gonna happen, it'll happen. Everybody, in Dallas, I had people coming up and talking to me about her. So all the executives, for sure, Nate and everybody there in the program knows. And so good things is going to happen, all right? Thank you. I appreciate you very, very much. Okay. Here's the biggest effect. Well, you out there in California. Last night, like 4 in the morning, or this morning, I guess it's in the morning time. I haven't been to bed yet. So I'm sitting there and I'm looking up state by state all the numbers, trying to get stuff ready for today. And it's just too much. You know, that's why we got to do a boot camp and get the information in people's hands that want it. But in California, it's such a tough time out there, you know, California, because they're talking about California was the worst state for home equity improvement in the fourth quarter. You know, they only have an average of $580,000 of equity in an average home in California. Man, and whether you live here or it don't matter where you live, you can be doing a business in California, Florida. I mean, imagine what you would have done in Colorado, right? Or now you can do with Zoom and all that stuff. So the biggest ripple effect that everybody gets, whether you have a license or not, is the magic of what we do with this. It's more dramatic than anything that we've ever done, and 9 out of 10 homeowners are going to do it. They're going to want to do it, all right? All right, our next speaker, we're starting, oh wait, before I bring up our next speaker, so they flew in on their own dime, all that kind of stuff, and he's going to be here. We're going to do a boot camp training where we can do a Q&A. He walks people through stuff. I'll be there from 2 to 3. I know people have plans they can't change. It's back here, but we're buying pizza for those folks so they don't have to leave when we're done. They can and we can get started right at time. The RVP meeting that I was having is going to be the first 5 minutes of that, because I only had 5 minutes that I needed to cover on that anyway. I need a show of hands so we know how many pizzas to order. I don't expect it to be everybody in the room, but I know the specialists. You know, there's people to have the opportunity to meet the guy that's in charge of the entire program. So when you call, okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90 people. Let's just call it 90. So let's call it 100, get enough pizzas for 100, and then get 10 more pizzas, and then nobody will go home hungry, okay? By the way, Jose just going through that client example, you guys have no clue. You haven't had to fly to New York, Madison Avenue, go talk to CEOs of Fortune 50 companies and get them excited about something, but then them get in front of our people and them not have the ability to communicate what's important to us. Jose was able to say what was important to us, right? I mean, it's amazing how lucky we are to be in the situation we're in. But negotiations are never ending. I ain't slowing down. I would like you all to get paid twice as much for doing the same thing. That's why when your RVPs ask for you to do something before a week from Monday, we need you to participate in every way you can. But when we do that, I mean, think about Jose, is the money that you free up. And I don't want to overstate it, but at times, and I think where we're going to get to, because we've been working on stuff like crazy, I think where we're going to get to with the portal, that when they absolutely, Primerica's in there is 100%, they're building all of it to where it's 100% mega efficient, that if we send from that kitchen table appointment, that kitchen Zoom, and I send Darren, who I'm doing an appointment with, I get his cell phone number, and I text a 3-way text between the Kirsten, the specialist, and them to make the introduction. Kirsten can run that stuff, and maybe before you get off the Zoom, she has a preliminary answer of what can be done. I mean, it's unbelievable the direction this is going. At our average is well over $800 a month in savings. So that you got stuff to do with, all right? Part of that you got to do is you have to protect people in case something goes bad, right? We made the biggest revolutionary improvements in our term life products. It's hilarious when people try to compete against our term. And then what they just did, the low and the boom that they did, to give us, unbelievably better product than we already had before. And so I wanted John, where's John Floppy at? Is he flopping? So, did you know you're up next? Yes. Okay. So, where are you living now? Atlanta. Okay. From Atlanta, all the way here, the incredible John Floppy.
Thank you. Thank you, Shane. Appreciate it. Yes, from hot Atlanta, even though it's not hot in Atlanta right now. Thank you. Boy, right place, right time. And what Shane just said, I'm going to change it up. Right product, right time. Because honestly, teammates, do we not have the best products across our industry? I mean, the mortgages, the life, the investments, obviously. We were with, Tom's team last night celebrating him. So I'm just so proud of that team and just unbelievable. Them getting the Ruby ring. So excited for that. But yeah, I just want to take a few minutes this morning. First off, real quick, before I get started, I was in the back thinking, all right, what am I going to do to, I want anybody who needs to stand up real quick, just stretch. Just take a stretch for me real quick. If you need to, whatever. There we go. I like it. Very good. All right, that's all I needed. Thank you. I can go back to my boss and tell him I got a moving speech. A moving speech. There we go. All right. So, real quick. We are in, teammates, the fight of our lives. Okay, you hear the noise out there. There is noise across our industry. There's a lot of, the water is muddy, as they say. There's a lot of just wrong stuff being sold out there. And our focus, my focus, and in the life marketing world, we are all about taking back the title of the #1 life insurance provider across North America. That's the fight that we are in. We will get there. We will absolutely get there, taking back the title. But it takes a united front. It takes every player on the field to regain that #1 spot. Because the beauty, and I'm going to roll through these real quick because you've seen these. You see this stuff in your sleep. For my newer teammates, you're going to learn this. But the brilliance, as you see here, of what we do is the simplicity. This idea of buying term and investing the difference. You can't invest the difference unless you buy the term first. Dying too soon or living too long. The theory of decreasing responsibility. These are all things that you learn at primary. These are our battle cries, okay? But every single day, we fight to get families more and more protection than what they probably thought they didn't need, okay? It's unbelievable. This crusade, as we call it, the Primerica crusade, is alive. It's alive and it's real and it's more greater than it's ever been. And I'm super excited for where we are. Because what we're doing, teammates, with our life product, we are truly making a difference. Those who might have seen this slide before, I love to put this in my presentation because it truly it drives the point home of what you do every single day. The difference you make for those families out across North America. These are our actual real Primerica clients, okay? Varying ages, sexes, everything you see. And then the old coverage that they had. These are replaced policies that we brought over from other companies, and we were able to get them proper coverage, proper protection for themselves and for their family. Now, you see, unfortunately, these clients did pass away, okay? But you start to see the differences. The differences in what we made for these families is real. It's real, it's palpable. And it's unbelievable what you do every single day. And I'm just so proud to be a part of this company that is truly out there fighting to get these families, to get consumers the proper protection they need. Okay, because we know, look, we're not the only provider of term life insurance. What we do truly matters. And not all term is created equal. Everything you see on this screen right here is the lifeblood of our term life insurance. And I'm not going to go through all of these, but I always like to pick a few out. The automatic increase request, AIR, adding that extra coverage for those families that they probably, again, didn't think they needed. Terminal illness benefit. You know, Nick Wolf, anybody who heard Nick talk yesterday in the product workshop, you know, talking about real world experience for himself with terminal illness benefit on his own family's policy and how he lost his mother and they had to apply for that terminal illness benefit and it was paid out and it made a difference for their family. Okay, the increasing benefit rider, waiver of premium, all of these options and benefits are truly the lifeblood of Primerica term life insurance. Okay, because again, the need has never been greater. 106 million adults. And when I was talking about the noise that we're hearing out in the industry, who saw very recently, just I guess it was last week, that YouTube video that was floating around about Mass Mutual? Anybody see that? Yep, exactly. There are concepts, there are products out there, okay, that the industry and that our competitors are pushing that is truly just highway robbery. It really is. This idea of infinite banking, okay? Mass Mutual sent a memo to their entire advisor base and said, you will not push infinite banking on your clients. It is wrong. Okay, and I call that the first domino falling. You know, the card in the house that will start to fall and bring the whole house down, okay? 106 million adults do not have life insurance or don't have enough life insurance. And then these stats are just unbelievable. 189,000 was the average face amount across our industry, okay? That was in end of 2022. And then just 23,000 was the average death claim paid in 2021. Anybody care to guess what our total death claims paid in 2022 was? $1.9 billion paid in death claims in 2022. Unbelievable, unbelievable. And with the introduction of this new life product, we are now, our average face amount across Primerica is north of $260,000. That is our average face amount, blowing the industry out of the water. Again, making a difference every single day, okay? Now, this is the noise. Here again, I'm using this noise, okay? 60% of all policies sold across our industry in 2021 was just whole life cash value, okay? Trash value, as some of you like to call it. And that's fine, whatever you need to, you know, however you want to remember it. But it is, it's not a good fit. And that's where education comes in. That's where learning, okay, about our new product. Those who have not touched it yet, I encourage you to go out, do a 5-sale rule, the great Omar Arpesa, you know, his 5-sale rule. When you write 5 sales on anything, okay, you will become an expert on it. So go write 5 sales on this new life product and you will be an expert, okay? But the very one at the bottom, $133 billion was borrowed against clients' cash value policies. $133 billion, okay? They're using it. They're buying these policies for the absolute wrong reason. We have to educate them, okay? And this is where our new life product comes in. Right product at exactly the right time. We have incorporated so many great features, some tech enhancements, some just a personal touch. Anytime you can enhance the kitchen table experience, that is what it's all about right there. Okay, starting right at the kitchen table, you provide that F&A, giving that family, that individual, that full financial analysis for their needs. Okay, innovations, enhancing innovations. Okay, providing a new underwriting process that is extremely fast. Okay, it's on our Power Term product, we're seeing an average issue time of under 27 seconds for Power Term policies being issued, okay? And then on the Precision Term product, for those clients looking for higher coverage amounts, okay, we're seeing an average issue time of less than 24 hours Where with Custom Advantage, our old product, it used to be 27 days was the issue time for Custom Advantage. We've now gotten that down to below 24 hours. That is efficiency right there. It really is. And you throw in all of the, the digital signatures, client authentication. It's all about securing personal client data. That is what we are about at Primerica. Simplified, authentic conversations. We simplified the policy language. I encourage you, go out and read the new Primerica policy if you have not. You will be shocked at how easy it is to read. We're excited for it, okay? But what we have to do right now, teammates, we have to be a united front. I've seen some shirts around here, the united front. Yes, it takes a united front. Okay, we have to flood the field. Coach Glenn has called the play. We need 150,000. Obviously, we're going to blow through 150,000, but we have to have a united front to quiet the noise across our industry, okay? Because it's all about doing what's right for these families, for these consumers every single day. And again, the simplicity of buy term and invest the difference will beat cash value, and Shane said it earlier, it will beat cash value every single time. A united sales force, that is where it starts right there, 150,000. It has to start today. It will start in this room right here because every single time I come here, this crowd gets larger and larger and larger. So you understand the need for making a difference. So I appreciate the time. Right product, right time, right place, right time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, buddy. John is full-time at doing nothing except the term insurance stuff. If you call John, John will help. John, we didn't used to have that. Just a couple years ago, we never had that. We were all of that for ourselves. Now you have access to John. Use him as a resource. He can do training for you. He can do Zooms for you. He can do, he can do a lot of stuff for you. So, and it's unbelievable how much. John, I just want to tell you in front of everybody how much you have progressed and how much better he's gotten in the last couple of years. It's unbelievable. Our next speaker, I love to hear this guy just speak. I just love to be around this guy. He just oozes goodness, I think he attracts people with just his goodness, and I think the reason that he makes $700,000 a year and going to be $800,000, $1 million, and Clockwork is going to be $1.4 million, and it's going to be $2.8 million, and that's if he doesn't do anything other than just keep doing it. But he's going to be making $1 million a month, before he's done with this thing. And that's if he just keeps doing what he's doing and doesn't have his family or anybody else get involved in the rest, And it's because he's so good with that aw shucks delivery of telling the truth. Some people you just know the truth just oozes out of them. This is one of those guys. He is great at the investment side of our business. Give the incredible Greg Vermeer a big round of applause. Good to see you, man.
This is forward, the bottom is forward. Okay. Hey, thank you very much. I'm very honored to speak here today. I appreciate the opportunity to do so. I want to start off and just thank some people. I want to thank my brother Steve Vermeer, who has been in the trenches with me now for almost 29 years, and it took me about a year to bring him on board. But give him a hand. Just having a foxhole buddy is unbelievable. I appreciate Harris and Vance Westerkamp, our other regional vice presidents and teammates that may be watching on Zoom or whatever it's on. Appreciate y'all. And I want to thank Shane for his relentless, tireless leadership. It's just unbelievable. I want to thank Tom Rice. Honestly, don't know where our family would be if it wasn't for that man. We grew up in his base shop. We were 25 years old. He was 25 years old at the time. When our first daughter was born, he was at our house. He gave me tough love when I needed it, and I didn't think I did. So anyway, and I want to thank my wife, Sandy. I did not marry a trophy wife, although I think she looks like that. But when we got married, we were in college, and I was not on a winning trajectory at that moment of my life, okay? I mean, in college, I really was, this was my game. It was, what's the least I can do to get C's in my class and maybe eke out a B here and there, you know? And in today's day and age, you know, when kids have video games in their rooms and all that kind of stuff, I can only imagine what a train wreck that would have been for me. Graduated from college, took a job teaching at a private school with a gross income of $14,600 a year, and she stuck with me through that stuff. And then I was introduced to this company and the concepts and this book. And we used to give this book out on every single appointment. And I don't mean to compare, I hate to make this comparison because there's just no comparison to the redemption that Christ gave us, okay? Because that's eternal. But this book and its concepts and its author and the opportunity that he created redeemed me from all those past failings, you know? And so it gave me a second chance. And so this isn't the Bible, but the concepts in here, we used to spend so much money on tuition and textbooks. This 50 cents was life-changing for me. And whether 30 years from now you have $8 million worth of career cash that comes from this company, or you just simply live the principles, I mean, it's absolutely life-changing. Get started now. Pay yourself first. Use time and consistency. Establish an emergency fund. Buy the right life insurance. Minimize taxes. Bypass the middleman. Invest with professional management. Start a family tradition. Develop a winning attitude. I looked, and you can go on eBay if you just put Common Sense book, Art Williams. These are auctioning off right now for about $30 or something like that. But today's a special offer. You can buy it now, no shipping, $500. You might even get Jim Nye to sign it for you, okay? So these are just some statistics. I'm going through the retirement crusade, and about half the people that hit age 65 still have a mortgage, but of those that do, look at those averages, 198,000. So is there a crusade in the debt freedom business? When it comes to retirement, the average retirement income is about $47,000. This next slide is going to blow you away. This is the median amount saved, okay? The median American, the amount that they have saved for retirement. And if you look at it, age 65, $164,000. So I want to go through the retirement crusade and just kind of show you what this business, what this company does. And I know you can't see this, I'm sorry. I got my wife to highlight some of this stuff. But I'm just showing a hypothetical here on what would have happened had somebody started in March of 1970, which is when this appreciation fund at Clearbridge Franklin started, and put $300 a year away, or $250 a month, okay? And this isn't maybe our most fantastic fund that we have access to, but it's got a track record where I can show an example like this. And would you agree that with the grace of God, that the things that you do over time, consistently, daily disciplines, kind of shape your future, right? I mean, if you go to Old Chicago and eat pizza and chocolate chip cookie and drink some beer once, you're probably not going to get fat, okay? But if you make a habit of that, that can happen, okay? If you join a gym on January 1, and it's the 27th today, or is it the 28th, okay? Do you think you're going to look like Brandon Fuller or Sean Murphy, okay, or Manny or Tony Kaiser. No, I mean, it takes some time. You got to have some discipline. If you have a phone blitz and set a full week of appointments once, is that going to create your business? Okay? Well, it might get it started, but it's not going to do it. If you put $250 a month into a Roth IRA for 6 months, does that make you wealthy? No, but it's that time and consistency of doing that. Uh-oh, I went too far. Okay, so this person's doing $250 a month, starting in March of 1970. I know you can't see this, but 5 years into this, they would have put in about $15,000 and the value of the account would have been about $9,000. Was that a good start? Okay, not so much. But if you bring this out to December 31 of 2004, that's 35 years later, that $104,000 invested would have grown to $1.4 million. Is that financial independence? See, that's what we teach. What was the average 65-year-old's retirement savings? 100 and what? I don't know. Yeah, okay, and that fund did average 12.43%. But let's say now, 35 years later, you decided to be on the withdrawal phase of this, and you decided with that fund, you got, what, 1.4, right? And on the 1st of January in 2005, you started pulling $8,000 a month out. $8,000 a month. By December 31 of 2022, you would have pulled $1.7 million out, and the value of the account would be $1.9 million. Okay? Is that incredible? How much did you invest? $104,000 is what you invested. Okay? And you pulled out 1.7, it's still worth 1.9. So, I mean, just that kind of stuff just blows me away. And over that last 25 years, that fund averaged 7.58%. Here is our competition, okay? This is our crusade. These are the things that we're fighting against. The first one is low interest rate, riskless investments. I think we should do a hypothetical. If somebody back in March of 1970 started putting $400 a month into a guaranteed 4% investment, and they ran that through December 31 of 2004, they would have accumulated $222,000, okay? $223,000. So let's say they start at that point pulling $8,000 a month out of there. By July of 2007, their balance is zero, okay? Do we have a message that people need to hear? Does the market scare you from time to time? Okay? You understand that with time and consistency, it's just unreal what can happen. So, all right, so low interest rate, insurance agents that disguise themselves as retirement planners. Does that just grind your gears? I mean, here these companies, these agents, are trying to sell people a savings program where no money accumulates the first few years. You get crap for returns, you got to borrow to get your own money, and you lose it if you die. And we're offering somebody a Roth IRA, which in my example, that $1.7 million that you pull out of there, how much taxes do you pay on that when it's a Roth IRA? Is that insane? Is that not the best kept secret in the world? I mean, we just got to get out there and make that happen. I think trendy investments are our competition, okay? Now, I know a lot of people made a bunch of money on Bitcoin or whatever it might have been at one time. But is that something people should put their life savings in? Some people win the lottery, okay? Investing in the American economy has proven over time to be a winner. But these are some things that I run into all the time, okay, of people coming and talking to me about these kinds of things. I had a guy that called me about maybe 15 years ago, and he says, Greg, I don't know how to tell you this, but I'm coming into a bunch of money. And I said, really? Do you want some help with that? He goes, I think I do. I said, okay, well, let's talk about where is this coming from? He says, well, most people don't know this, but Obama's going to pay off the national debt with denarii, which is Iraqi currency, and so I put a bunch of money into that, and it's like, okay, well, when that works out, you give me a call. Hey, you ought to get involved with it too, Greg. I mean, gosh. Okay? How many of you gotten calls on this other stuff too, right? I mean, how am I doing here? 3? Okay. All right, so I'm going to just kind of finish with this. Some of you are probably sitting in there going, okay, well, Greg, that's nice for you. You were introduced to these concepts when you were 25 years old. You could live something like that, right? What about me? I'm 50 years old. I'm just getting introduced to this. You, more than anybody, now understand the crusade that we have. Am I right? So it's time for you to get pissed off, collapse time frames, and get this thing going. That's all I got. Thank you.
He's stud. Hey, Greg, if some of these folks wanted to learn from you over a Zoom that I would get scheduled, would you help them out? By the way he uses hypotheticals on putting money in and pulling money out, it's unbelievable how simple. And everybody goes, okay, yeah, I'm stupid if I don't give you my money. I mean, it's one of those kind of things. All right, we're getting ready for a Primerica break, which means recognition. Okay? Nothing's more important than making our people feel special that have earned it to feel special, right? And who's going to help us with recognition in this first session this morning? Probably had more people get recognition last night. Probably going to have more people getting recognition today. They are really out leading it, and we're going to have to, all of us, really work to catch up, because now they're at that 40 and 40 level, and they're going to be at 50 and 50 and 60 and 60 and keep rolling from there. Every time I haven't any time to get on social media, but I get on to check out what's going on in my own house, because I'm so busy I don't even know what's going on in the house I live in. So my wife has her little story stuff with her dog thing. So I'll watch that. Every time I get on there, I swear Mark and Nuvia are in another place in the friggin' country with people having a blast, whether it's New York or Texas or Louisiana. I mean, they're all over everywhere. And that's one. And they're kicking everybody's butt, because that Zoom world, how no matter where you're at, man, you can be kicking butt at what you're at. So give Mark and Nuvia a big round of applause as they do our recognition. Oh, do you have, they didn't give you a book, did they? All right. So, let me get you set up here.
All right, how's everyone doing? I swear, I think they brought me up here just so I can pronounce the names correctly, all right? Hey, let's do this. We'll do it while Shane's pulling that up. Let's do a rendition here, because I feel like poor Julio and Ceci, their names get run through the ringer every time. So let's pronounce Ceci's name correctly, all right? So Shane, it's Ceci. Ceci. Yeah, simple. Now, it's not Cece, okay? It's not soliloquy, okay? And it's not anything else, all right? So, yeah. There we go. All right, we got it. All right. We are ready. Yes, sir. Oh, thank you. All right, there we go. So you go from a opera singer to a rapper right here. All right, here we go. All right, let's go. 212 in the house. 816. All right. So we got the district leaders in the house. We got some promotions going on right now. This is your first step to really going RVP. You got to get to district, right? So first off, from the Dog Pound, from Team of Destiny, Nicole Gonzalez. We've got phenomenal attacks preparer, Brenda Solis. A truck driver, Ren Dashner from Dave and Shelley Beard. A teacher's aide, Zanita Dominguez. A stay-at-home mom, Deja Gomez Ruiz. A real estate broker, Gloria Allen. You know, the cool thing about this is listen to their former occupations and see if you can relate to some of this. A phlebotomist, Riza Carballo Amador. Whew. Man. Stay-at-home mom, Amali Esparza. A mover and shaker, Samson Ginty. Someone in accounting, the great Jacob and Cameron Kirby. Another stay-at-home mom, Juana Hermosillo Leos. A janitor, Elvia and Jose Morales. A para-educator. Did you hear that, Julio? A para-educator. Alejandra Rosales Marquez. A banker, the great Leti Hernandez. A car dealership finance manager, Trevor Lampkin. A Navy recruiter. Thank you for your service. The great Josh and Kirsty Hall. A service tech, Chris Buckley. A driver, the great Courtney Johnson. A paralegal, the awesome Jennifer and David Velez. A real estate broker, Kevin and Jennifer Rickard. A small business owner, Lindsay Vaughn. A court clerk, Angie and Angel Stevens. A homemaker, the awesome Kate and Jerry Vega. Out of Wichita, a dance instructor and massage therapist, the great Julie Sharp. Someone coming out of Iowa from customer service, the great Jodici Abrahamson. A teacher, Vincent Hanna. And a credit union call center, Yemi Giordano Collins. Okay, got a few more districts. A student, the great Austin Oliphant. Wow, second generation, awesome. Guidance counselor, the great Samuel Spees. A business owner, Thwei Hua. A Hy-Vee worker, oh my gosh, Hy-Vee. The great Lucas Wakefield. And the last district promotion, a logistics dispatcher, Vinzetta Jackson. All right. Man, we got some good-looking district leaders. All right, on to division. All right, now these people have started to develop some leadership in their teams. Out of the great team of destiny, a self-employed business owner, Maria Lupita Rodriguez. A stay-at-home mom, the great Deja Gomez Ruiz. An account executive, Patrick Corrigan. A tax professional, Amanda Ceballos. A restaurant manager, Darian Harper. A server at McDonald's. No, just kidding. Just a server. Brady. Is that Brady? Yeah, Brady Wright and Delorence Jones. Man. Radio advertising sales out of Iowa, the great Jamal McNair. Coming straight out of Wells Fargo, the great Rafael Verduzco. Oh, okay. All right, cool. Someone from behavioral health from Arizona, the amazing Donna Bagaloo. Coming out of Texas, a business owner, the great Tiffany Domina. We missed a few district leaders. Out of the dog pound, out of Florida, the incredible Sarah Hutchings. Out of the dog pound from Florida again, the incredible Daniel Velez. And out of New Mexico, we didn't even know people lived there anymore, the great Miguel Cervantes. All right, we have got now, these are the big dogs. Regional leader, one step away from RVP. One step. A dental hygienist and a teacher out of the incredible Aaron and Michael Bay shop, the great Samantha and Chris Stone. You saw them get a ton of recognition last night, and out of the incredible Tom Rice hierarchy, I mean, what an amazing family expose last night. That was just absolutely amazing. Getting promoted to senior regional leader, the amazing Jacob Rice. All right, a couple more district leaders. Okay, under the Tom Rice Base shop, the incredible Samuel Spees. And another district, the incredible Sway Wah. Okay, all right. So now the next segment, before you get promoted, you obviously want to get licensed. So if you got licensed, life insurance licensed, we'll do securities next, but if you got life licensed in the months of September through December, we want you to come on up, and we're gonna reward you for hard work. I know that was the most exciting moment of my Primerica career, was when I got 73 on that dang life insurance test. And so we're so proud of y'all. Come on up, come on up. All right. These are for life licenses. Congratulations, congratulations. All right. All right. Look at all these good-looking, sexy people out here coming on up. Look at this. All right. If you, I didn't. Oh, okay. Okay, you got securities license. or mortgage license. Come on up. We want to give you your due. Congratulations. You already came up? Don't come up again. Julio finally passed his life test. It's about time, Julio. Hey. All right. So, all right. So Shane announced a special side contest, kind of a side hustle in December. Anyone who recruits 3 directs in December is going to get special recognition. So these are all the people that recruited at least 3. So we're so. All right, cool. All right, okay, cool. All right, so those with 3 recruits, starting off from the Shane Rudman Base Shop, the great John Barnack III. Out of the Engelmeyer Base Shop, the great David Engelmeyer. From Team KO, the great Irma and Joaquin Lopez. Out of the Esparza Base Shop, the awesome Jacob and Cameron Kirby. From the Kerry Cobb and Jamie Turney base, the great Aaron, there are RVPs, Aaron Heckard and Michael Morris. From Tellis Bolton, the great Kelly Stewart. From the Jones Base Shop, the great Jones Hierarchy, the great Tellis and Charisse Bolton. From Team Courageous, the great Derek Ferret. From the Krupinski Base Shop, the great Edward Elmore. From Team KO, the awesome Leia Acosta. From the Dog Pound Base Shop, Dog Pound Hierarchy, the great Julio and Ceci Garcia. From the Dog Pound Base Shop, the awesome Aisha and Marquez Johnson. From the Dog Pound Base Shop, the awesome Jennifer and David Velez. And out of the Dog Pound Base, out of Texas, the great James and Leah Watford. From Rihanna Diaz Base Shop, the great Angel Herrera. Now, these next ones did 4 personal recruits in December. From the Beard Base Shop, Beard Hierarchy, Martha Esparza and Erica Esparza. From the Esparza base, Zulema Stevenson. She was a nurse She's now an RVP, the great Kara and David Dowers. Out of the Oral Express, the great Gina Johnson. From the Tellis and Sharice Bolton Base Shop, the awesome Jacqueline and Anthony Jones. Out of the Krupitsky Base Shop from Arkansas, the great Mark Wilson. From Team KO, an auto technician, the great Abdul Cruz. Out of the Rudman Base Shop, the awesome Shannon Whittington. Now, these are the ones that had 5 personal recruits in December. Out of the incredible Team KO, the great Carla Sanchez. Out of the Dog Pound Base Shop, the awesome New Mexican, Miguel Cervantes. Out of the Diaz Base Shop, now these are 6 personal recruits. Out of the Diaz base, Zanita Dominguez. With 6 personal recruits out of the Rudman base, Zanita Dominguez. Wait, did I just said that twice? Sorry, my bad. Out of the Rudman base, Elaine Mullins. Zenaida. Hey, I messed it up too. Out of the great Tom Rice Base Shop with 7 personal recruits, the incredible Jacob Rice. With 7 personal recruits. He's only been in the business about a month and a half. Out of the Dog Pound base from Florida, the amazing Daniel Velez. Now, with 8 directs, 8 personal recruits out of the Esparza Base Shop in Wichita, Kansas, a tax preparer, the great Joyce and Mike Franklin. And number 1, there's only... This guy's just a beast, man. One of the nicest guys I know. A former McDonald's manager. The awesome Tim and Amanda Armstrong. Now, in December, if you did 10 team recruits, you get special recognition. So with 10 team recruits in December, a bartender, and a guy that is so tall and worked on the railroads, the great Aaron Heckard and Michael Morris. With 10 team recruits, a former McDonald's manager, you just saw him, the great Tim and Amanda Armstrong. With 10 team recruits, he was an oil and gas executive out of Arkansas, the great Michael and Galina Krupitsky. With 10 team recruits from Team KO, a former teacher, the great Leah Acosta. With 11 team recruits, a former foreman and a banker from the amazing Team Courageous, RVPs Charlie and Ramona Santillan. With 11 team recruits from the Rihanna Diaz Base Shop, a former teacher's aide, the great Zenaida Dominguez. From the awesome Flippin' Kim Jones Base Shop, a former not base shop, he's an RVP now, but a pastor with 13 recruits, the awesome Tellis and Sharice Bolton. Out of the Kara Dowers hierarchy, a former Harvard graduate, MBA, a JD, I don't even know what a JD is, a marketing analyst. This guy's got more degrees than I've got underwear. 13 team recruits the incredible Eugene and Darcy Krupitsky. A former stay-at-home mama. Out of the Rihanna Diaz base, 13 recruits, the great Deja Gomez Ruiz. Out of the awesome Oliphant base shop, we're so excited for them. A former sheriff officer, 13 recruits, Rihanna Diaz. Out of the Tom Rice hierarchy, a former student, 14 team recruits, new RVPs, the great David Rice and Hallie Landos. Out of the Esparza base shop, a former tax preparer with 15 team recruits, the great Joyce and Mike Franklin. Out of the Rice hierarchy, RVPs, former Wells Fargo rep and a salon owner with 15 team recruits, the incredible Chico and Nicole Jones. Out of the Styles hierarchy, a former student. You may have heard of this guy. I don't know if you have. With 16.75 team recruits on his way to 100. The great Shane and Gina Rootman. Never did I ever think I would ever call Shane's name in a recognition. Like, that's like a dream of an 18-year-old kid. How cool is that? Dreams do come true. Out of the great Beard Base Shop. Hierarchy. A former optician with 19 and a half recruits. The great Martha Esparza and Erica Esparza. Out of the McCorder hierarchy, a former welder for Boeing with 20 and a half recruits. The great Dave and Shelly Beard. Out of the Dog Pound Base Shop, man, this guy, we're so excited for him. Phenomenal partnership. The great James and Leah Watford with 25 recruits. Out of the Rudman hierarchy, I was a former high school student. My wife was a current amazing lady and a former general manager. Mark and Nubia Hansodia. Now, there's only one. Now, I don't know, I can't even pronounce this guy's name, and I don't even know where he's at. Tim Reese. The great Tim Reese. Do we really need to go over his bio? I think after this weekend, we all know who the great Tom Rice is. Now, we've got one last piece of recognition that is not in the books. I want to call up... Crap, I closed the book. I want to call up... Where the heck is he? Dolores Jones. Can Dolores Jones get his... Oh, there he is. All right. So, Dolores, all right. So Dolores has a special promotion he would like to announce.
I planned on doing something very, very special since everything is going great. And trust me, this is very, very nerve-wracking for me. I would like Brady Jones soon to come up to the stage, please.
What did she say?
Yes, of course.
Now it's time to build an empire. Let's go. We are producing agents that are producing agents.
Congratulations. Oh, wow. I love that. I'm back with Manny and Karina. Right there, and I go, I don't know. I don't think that's on the agenda. And then when I saw her come up and him get down on his knee, loved it. One of the books I've got in the works is about the list. I met my wife in Hawaii on a company trip. Did you know that? Okay, so I'm on a company trip in Hawaii, and we were kind of the hot dot at the time, and so we were getting a bunch of awards, and they had a dinner, nighttime dinner awards banquet. Sat next to this lady who cannot stop talking. I mean, her name's Susan, and she cannot stop talking. Oh, you're that guy. Oh, you're that guy. I don't know what guy. Yeah, but you're that guy. So she keeps talking. She goes, we're going to fly our niece over here, and you're going to meet her. And I go, yeah, right. You know. So then she starts telling me about her niece. Tell all these kinds of things. I said, look, first of all, that woman does not exist that you're describing. I'm glad you're that proud of her, okay? But if you promise to not talk the rest of the event tonight, you know, I will agree to meet her if you actually fly her over here. So the last night of the trip, that was the deal. We were going to meet by the dolphin thingy bobber if she came. So I'm there, and sure enough, here comes her aunt and uncle bringing her along. And my first thought is, they did not lie about what she looked like. Okay? But then my voice, people heard it, and then there's 40, 50 people around us there, you know. Everybody's asking the business questions. All I had the opportunity to do was say hello. That's it. So then I tell all the business people really loudly, I will be by the pool at 8 a.m. tomorrow. My flight, got to leave at 9. But if anyone wants to ask more questions, hoping that she would hear, because I did want to at least get a chance to have a conversation with her. 8 o'clock in the morning, Hawaii, ain't nobody by the pool. I'm the only one by the pool. Here comes her aunt dragging her. Dragging her. Okay? I mean, and she goes, sit down. So she makes her sit down beside me, goes, you guys talk. And she leaves. So we talk. I had a list that I made of everything that I wanted, that I had a wise person tell me to do. I went through everything on that list in less than an hour. I said a quick prayer. I go, she's real. She don't know about this list. She can't know about all this stuff. No. If she's real, I'm going to marry her. That's where they come, they get on the Primerica planes. They get all your bags early in the morning outside of your room to get it to the plane. So all I had was the swim trunks I had on, tank top, hat, flip-flops. That's it. We start joking about getting married. I changed my flight. Everything's gone. I have nothing except what I have on. Buy all new clothes. Stay for another week in Hawaii. Go on 4 dates, get married. So that's my... So when you find somebody or you're with somebody in Primerica, it's an incredible environment, you know. She was here last night videotaping the grandbaby. I am so thankful we had these folks in as our guest speakers, right? They are destined for greatness. They need to be on the top of the heap because people need to hear from both of them. They need to hear that conversation of, I'm quitting. Good, do it. Or what the hell? No, no, I'm really quitting. I think he probably, one time we get a chance to hang out, I'm sure he was like crapping his drawers going, oh crap, she's on board. Her belief though, that support and partnership and what they are, what they represent, they're just incredible human beings. We're lucky to have them here. And I'm excited to hear what they've got to share in their final part with us today. So give an incredible round of applause to Manny and Karina Masood.
Good morning, good morning. And give it up to the best partner in Primerica history, my beautiful wife, Karina. You know, when people ask me, what does Karina represent, I always say she's the glue. You know, she's the one that keeps everything together, right? I seem to be like the face of it, but she's the glue, man. Without her, my team will fall apart in less than a few days, right? So before I pass it down to her, I don't know, anybody from Dallas, from Texas here? So I was listening to the news. Somebody shared me an article, and they're talking about a custody battle that's going on right now. And they said there was this child that they didn't know who to give custody, so they went to the judge. The child asked if he wanted to speak, so the child said yes, and they asked him, who do you want to go with, your mom or your dad? And he said, well, neither, because every day I get beat by my mom and my dad every day. And they do it every day, so I don't want to go with them. And they said, well, we know you have an auntie in the room. How about her? He's like, no, she beats me too. Like she sees that that's okay, so she beats me every day too. So I say, how about grandma? He's like, no, she's worse. She taught my parents that was okay. So they ended up giving this kid to the Dallas Cowboys because they can't beat anybody. They're just not capable of beating anybody. Go Niners! Give it up for my beautiful wife, Karina.
That's awesome. Good afternoon. It's afternoon? It's still good morning, but good afternoon. How are you guys? How's everybody doing? I told Manny when we're gonna go back, we're gonna teach our team how to do that. The cheers, I love it. Thank you. So we're gonna talk today about partnership. So we were blessed to be in a company that empowers partnership, right? And our office, our hierarchy, very big on partnership. So when I came to the business, you know, you're new, you don't know what you're doing, you don't know if I believed in him, but I didn't believe in myself. I'm like, okay, I have to step in, step up, you know. So I was like very, very anxious and very ready to learn and, you know, help him with the business because he was working so hard in the dealership. He was working, you know, all day, 12 hours a day, and we started and he was working for somebody else. He's building somebody else's business. So when we joined Primerica and we were like, okay, we're doing this for ourselves and our kids, I'm like, we have to put 110, 120% from my part and his part to make this work. So I heard something when we first started. I heard partnership is not 50-50. Partnership is 100-100. And I was sold. I'm like, I'm here for you. I always believed in you, babe, but it's time for me to prove something, you know, that I'm here with you to help with the house and provide as well. So when we first started, we find out that there is two kinds of partnership, right? The first kind is the cheerleader and the sideline. They don't get involved in the business. They don't show up in no meetings. And I was big on that. I was like, I want to show up in every meeting, so I want to learn. You know, I don't want to be just hear about it later. I want to hear about it when I'm with you in the meeting. So it sounds better, right? And they go to company trips, and they don't believe too much in their partner. You know, they're like, when you get to RVP, I'll join you. But this is our business. If you think about it like a business side, No, I join you. We're gonna struggle together. We're gonna do this thing together. It doesn't matter. You know, we learn, we grow, and it's our business, right? So this is the first side. The second side, which I decided to be, you know, become your number one player. I'm like, babe, you may be good at things, and I may be good at things, but together we'll be unstoppable. Because two people going in the same direction, they are unstoppable. We learned that we have to share belief in our dreams and our goals and the commitment it takes to get to there. I knew that my husband needs more time. We need more freedom. We have to be more time with our kids. Can we get time back? Right? No. This is our time right now to do these things together and build memories for the rest of our lives that actually we can hang with the kids, we can eat on the table, we can have dinner, we can do stuff with the kids, and we can build memories that we didn't build before. So we decided to, as you guys know, there is a lot of roles in Primerica, right? We have to know it all, you know. I'm big on knowing everything in my business. I'm not like, oh, this is your part, this is my part. But at the end of the day, we work in our strength, right? We discovered that my strength, it may be his weakness, and his strength, it may be my weakness. So that's why I decided, like, okay, we do things, you know, separate, but we are going to the same goal. There's a lot of things you guys can do as partner, like licensing, pending business, fast start, phone calls. Like you heard Raul talking yesterday, I'm not good at phone calls, but she's good at phone calls, you know? So we can do everything. We can be part of everything, be in the field together, train people together. It doesn't matter because we know where we're going, okay? So we have to grow together as person. You know, we grow in faith. Like you heard Manny talking in the morning, and that's something very special, that we're not only growing in the business, we're growing in our faith. We're growing in our marriage. We're growing as parents. We're growing as leaders. You know, we have to grow constantly, changing, evolving, because every level has, you know, different challenges. And what we are today will not get us to the next level if we didn't change. We'll help win our all trips and promotions. I want to earn things. I don't know about you guys, but I like to earn things. If I'm not part of it, I'm like, I don't earn it. You know, I want to be part of it so I can go to company trips. I'm like, I earn it with you, baby. This trophy is for me and you. This thing is for me and you. So I feel like I earned it. You know, we did participate with him in the business. And before, like we were started, we're always focusing, because we hear RVP, RVP, RVP. I'm like, okay, I don't know what we're doing, I know where we're going, but all we heard is RVP, and every time we want to, like, you know, talk about it, then we're going to get to RVP. And we pushed together to get to RVP, of course, not ourselves. We had a team to do it with us, but that's our vision. What is the next step? What is the next level? What's next for us? You know, we never get satisfied where we're at. We always, what's next, what's next, what's next? And that's what we built our team too, that, okay, what's next for you? Any promotions, what's next? A milestone, what's next? His cousin, he turned, like he had 50K 2 months ago. He crossed the 50K. And he was like, congratulations, but you're gonna get your ring in 2 months or 3 months, you know? So what's next for them? So we keep our team very like on their toes and challenging so they can see the big vision that we tell them about. Like they see us too, like what we did and how we cheer them on and how we put belief in them. So it's not only enough to be a good partner, because there's no bad partners, right? But it's not only good to be a good partner, you have to be a good agent. Everybody claims to be a lion. What kind of lion are you? There's 2 kinds, right? There is zoo lion, that it's in the zoo, right? Waiting to get fed. You know, like for us, for example, some of us, we just wait for our overrides, okay? For our team to do something, so we can just, you know, sit there and just stuff handing to us, right? Depends on overrides, no personal production, doesn't hunt, doesn't prospect or recruit direct, has no pride, no followers, no purpose. So the first thing we hear here in Primerica, lead by example so people can follow, right? So that kind of person that he's just chill, there's nothing important to him. I'm having a team, overrides, and that's Zola. He gets fed on a daily, probably on like a schedule in the morning and at night. He's okay with it. The second kind is jungle lion. Feeds himself. He has inner motivation. He runs. He feeds himself. He recruits people. He leads by example. 10K personal and premium and helps team close. He participates in team close and training his people. Always on the hunt, 3-5 personal directs a month, 20 plus team recruits. Leads the pack and will die before giving up the alpha role, right? Protects the team, leads from the front, keeps the herd growing and healthy. That jungle lion. Sometimes team, like the zoo lion, he's in the cage, right? And sometimes as agent, we put ourselves in a cage. Our limited beliefs will keep us in the cage, right? The jungle lion, he has unlimited beliefs. He knows he's gonna do it no matter what. I'm gonna hunt first, and the team will follow. You know, I encourage you guys. I'm not sure who is who, but I know everybody knows themselves, right? I encourage you guys to be the jungle lion because this opportunity. We don't have much time. When we think we have time tomorrow, we don't have time. We're gonna quit blaming others. Zoo lions, you know, they're by themselves, right, in a cage. And maybe some of us, we're just stuck because we keep pointing fingers. I'm like this because my upline is this. I wish I have different upline. I wish I have different team. I wish this person is at my team. And we keep complaining and complaining. But God doesn't bless complainers. God wants you to work, and then He's gonna bless you. You know? So we can't just pray without doing nothing. Before, when we used to go to KTs and driving, man used to say, pray with your legs, just not your words. So pray with your legs, you know? So with that being said, I'm so humbled, so honored to be here with you. You know, you guys are such an amazing crowd, so welcoming, so loving. And I had the chance to meet so much like great people that we're gonna have a great relationship with for the rest of our lives. And with not further ado, I'm gonna pass it to Manny.
Give it up for Karina one more time. You know, when they say Beauty and the Beast, I'm the beauty, she's the beast, you know. Man, you know, and it takes whatever role you are, if you felt like, man, I'm more of that zoo lion, open up the cage and get out. The door's open. The door's open. You just gotta be like, all right, I gotta change who I am, because if you're in Primerica, you're a lion. If you're here, you're a beast. If you decided to take on this role, because it's not easy, but it's so worth it, you're a beast. So the door's open. Don't get comfortable, and let's go lead from the front. So I hear this a lot, but I've been here 10 years. Yes. But you guys, have you guys watched this movie, Groundhog Day? But you keep living the same year and repeating the same thing over and over and over. And that's what we see a problem. You've been here 10 years, but you keep living the same year and repeating the same things, and you have the same habits and the same discipline. So you've been here 10 years, but it's been you're just on repeat mode. See, we're starting a brand new year. We're still in January. So we still got a few days to say, okay, I made this complete year difference, because you got a few more days to close out strong and change some of your mentalities, right? Have you increased your recruiting and your licensing year after year? If not, again, it's just the same thing over and over. So you're judging your success on the time you've been here, not on the work that you're putting in. Have you developed more and more agents year after year? If you don't look at the end of every month, how many new agents put their name on an app or how many new agents got at the rec, if you don't measure that, then you really don't understand what Primerica is about. I don't care if we do 50,000 in premium or 30,000. I look how many new people were able to utilize the license they studied so hard for and paid for. I get excited when a brand new person gets a brand new commission. So when I see 20 people and next month I see 22 people, the premium might be the same. I'm just excited that 2 more people got a chance to experience a Primerica direct deposit, right? It becomes addicting. You wake up at 2 a.m. checking your email, right? I still do that. It's amazing. Do you become more coachable year after year? Or do you become less coachable? Guys, like Karina was saying, if you're not honoring your downlines and honoring your uplines, you really got to learn how to do that and become intentional. There could always be better, but there could always be worse. Believe me. So you got to honor your uplines, especially if you're an RVP. Somebody thought so much of you that they gave you the best contract in American history for you to go change your life. You got to honor that person. And if things are not good, you got to fix them. There's nothing that cannot be fixed if you're with God and God's on your side. You got to forgive to be forgiven, and you got to move on. So become more coachable if you want things to change. Do you self-develop more year after year? What book are you reading? What book are you listening to? What podcast are you listening to? How many Primerica audios? Have you watched the brand new Omar Oropesa 12-hour boot camp? And how many times have you watched it? Because if you've only watched it 12 hours, you've only seen it once. It's not enough. I've seen that thing like 8 times already. And I watched the first one he came out with. Because I wanna have an edge. You could have the sharpest knife, and with time, it will go dull and it won't cut anymore, right? You got to keep sharpening that tool. You got to get better. Are you self-improving year after year? What are you reading? Because if you keep having the same year, it's because there's no improvement in your life. Or do your fears and your doubts and your excuses get bigger every year after year? And we see people that they're just in a downward spiral. I mean, they hang around, they're part of the social club. I always tell people there's loyal people in Primerica and there's people you could count on. And it's not the same thing. The loyal ones show up. We know they're going to be there early, camera on, smiling, high-fiving, clapping. But we can't count on them to win because they never change their habits. They don't do anything. So you're loyal. We know you're going to show up and we appreciate it. But we cannot count on you to win because you don't even count on yourself to win. So you got to think, am I somebody am I just loyal to my leaders? Or can they count on me? Can they count on you when it's time to win the game? Can they count on you to take the last shot? Can they count on you to be the difference maker? It's a big difference, guys. And I know these are hard words, but look, you could have the same 2023 as you had 2022, or you could get a little uncomfortable right now, and if the shoe fits, wear it. And these are not bad things, because we can all improve. We can all get better. We can all change. You are in full control of your life, guys. Let me show you guys how predictable Primerica is, and I love this. This is since 2016 until now. So in 2016 on December, I had one recruit. You guys just heard from her, my wife Karina, right? And that year, we made $880, right? It was the last week of December. We helped out a family. In 2017, we recruited a total of 190 people. 190. And we made $100,000 in income. Isn't that crazy, guys? How beautiful to be in a place where you control the outcome. I was talking to a few gentlemen last night, and they're like, man, like, what? Like, I want to recruit. I just can't get to do it. Well, let me show you why you want to do it. Because if it's in your heart, you got to go get it done. 2018, we recruited 224 people. So more recruiting just means more licenses, right, guys? If you're recruiting more people, you license more people. We made 124. In 2019, we recruited 488 people, me and my team. We made $253,000 in total income. In 2020, we doubled that. We went to 800 recruits for the year. We made $300,000 and we hit ownership in Primerica, right? What a beautiful concept. From 2016, we had 1 month, just December, until 2020. We're talking about three full years in the business to get complete ownership, which means our business, if we were to sell it, is worth $3 million. Guys, if you knew for a fact, if you just closed your eyes and worked hard for the next 3 years and you did things right, you self-improved, you recruited, and you just worked and worked and worked, and you could have something that's worth $3 million that you could either sell, pass down to your kids, or just, we'll never sell our business, but it's nice to know that if God forbid something happened, we needed to do that. It's available, right, guys? After 20 years in the car business, I walked out with nothing. Nothing. I had a picture on my desk of my son, a handshake, my sales license. That was it. And I struggled for like 4 weeks to get my final check. And it was half of what I thought, because they figure out a way to, whatever. There's a God. But 800 recruits, 300,000. In 2021, we made $482,000. Again, we averaged 762 recruits. We just got a little bit better on getting premium. In 2022, last year, my hierarchy through first, we recruited 926 people. We gave the opportunity to 926 brand new people. Isn't that amazing? And this is not just me and Karina. We got a nice sized team, but that's what happens with time. Duplication leads to multiplication, and the company paid us $529,000. Amazing, right, guys? We've only been here 5 years, guys. 5 years. And you know what's crazy? That only like 6 people clapped for $500,000. Like, come on now. And in a way, it's so beautiful because that wasn't a bad thing, because we understand the possibilities, and like, that's cute. All of you were thinking, well, that's cute, 500. Like, do you know what Shane makes? Yes, I know, that's why I'm here. I gotta learn, I gotta get better, I gotta sharpen up, I gotta get close to people like Coach Shane so I could learn what he did so I could do it, right? So, but it's a beautiful thing that when we talk about like $500,000, it's just another million there in Primerica. Oh, last week there was 2. How beautiful that opportunity, right? And you control it 100% in your hands, 100%. When I used to tell Karina, pray with your feet, babe, that means pray but get to work. Pray but get moving. Pray but don't sit in your hands. You gotta get to it. You gotta get to work. Who can we go prospect today? I love prospecting. And people say, what's the mindset? When I walk into Foot Locker, and I see a young man that looks good, that looks sharp, hustling, trying to find the shoes that fit. God tells me, you got to talk to him. That's what I feel. You got to talk to the young man, because just like you needed a chance, he needs one too. Now get the monkey off your back and offer it to him. If he says yes, great. If he says no, at least you made it happen. You talk to that person. So we talk to everybody. We talk to literally everybody that looks like they fit the plan, right? They got to look good. They got to look sharp. They got to look like they're hustling, So this is it's a simple plan. It's a simple plan, and you control the outcome. Is it not a great feeling to know that, guys? That you can just like make a decision right now to grow and everything else will come? That's what your business looks like. I'm going to close out with this slide. This was the last 12 months of income. And very few people know where to find this slide. And when somebody showed it to me, I understood that when I sat down with Coach Mario and he sold me the dream the dream was becoming a reality. So I'm so thankful for Coach Mario and Franny and Susan and Art from the top and my coach Tony and Mana. Like people say, man, you honor your coaches so much. I make $500,000 a year. Like, do you understand how amazing our life is? Why wouldn't I honor my coaches all the time? Listen, whether I like them very much or not, I love them, but I don't like them all the time. And I don't have to like them all the time. I just have to run the play. But I'm going to love them and honor them because if it wasn't for them, we wouldn't be here, guys. And you got to realize that. And I'm telling you, you're never going to get to the top of the mountain carrying weight, carrying bad weight, dead weight. You're just not going to get there. You got to let those things go. So let me show you a little bit of what last year looks like. Last year, in personal production, we're still working, right? We averaged $5,400 a month in personal premium. Not bad, like we could do better. In base shop, so our direct base shop, we average $54,000 in premium a month. Pretty good, right? We're trying to get to 100, we're halfway there. It's a halftime show. And through First, or at First, my first generation RVP, so Nelly, Raul, Gio, my first generation, we averaged $74,000 a month in personal premium, right? So we still work, but our personal number was the smallest one, right? Pretty cool? At the beginning, it was the largest, now it's the smallest. Our income, based on what me and Karina did together, what we wrote in business, combined, you know, securities, and I know you guys are gonna laugh at me, securities, people like, really? That's cute. Securities and life, personal, we made $77,000 in income. So if we didn't have a team, if me and Karina just decided, well, all we're gonna do is sell life insurance and do securities and not have a team and not grow, all we would have made last year was $80,000. Still pretty good income for having your own little business, right? And not working for the man. I mean, I'd rather make $80,000 working for myself than $150 working for anybody else. So still good. But let me tell you, from our base shop, from the people that we're training and working with and licensing every day, we made an additional $217,000, guys. Isn't that great? Big base shop, say it with me, big base shop. It comes through recruiting though. You gotta recruit and license to have a big base shop. So if me and Karina did not work last year, like let's say me and her did zero personal premium, zero securities, and we just coached, we would have made $217,000. That pretty good? Who wants 217 without doing nothing? Raise your hand. All you gotta do is focus for the next 2 to 3 years, and that could be a dream too, right? 217. Now, at first, let's say I didn't have a base shop. Let's say we didn't have personal premium, and I didn't have a base shop. All I did was have some RVPs. I promoted RVPs. I closed out my base shop, which I will never do. But let's say that I would have done that. Just from my RVPs, we made an additional $238,000. Isn't that great? And the reason why I'm showing this, guys, is because you got to understand the business that you're in. You could love it a lot more, do a lot less of it, and get paid a lot more of it. And that's a beautiful concept. So altogether, we made $533,000 last year. Pretty good, right? My wife's happy, you know? And only, a quarter of it came from our own efforts. Now, we're involved on a daily. We're coaching our team, we're recruiting for our team, we're training our team, we're closing for our team. We're 100% involved and invested in our business. And that's not gonna change for a very long time. But it's beautiful to know that the month that me and Karina decided we're gonna go back and see her family, because since COVID, we hadn't had a chance to go back to Lebanon and see her mom and her dad and her brothers and sisters. we got a chance to go back, and we were gone for 35 days. 35 days, and it was kind of scary at the beginning because it wasn't like we're going to Mexico where we still could get Wi-Fi and call and check POL. For some reason, when you go to that side of the world, they don't even let you check into POL. I don't know why, but I couldn't even log in. So we're there. We're 10 hours ahead of time. There's no Wi-Fi. No way to contact. I mean, I could contact the team through like Messenger. We couldn't get on Zooms. We couldn't really coach. So we just had to say, let's see if this thing worked. Let's see how good it is. Let's see how solid that foundation is. Let's see if what our coaches told us it was going to be one day, it really is. So we were gone, and the first few days, I had a little anxiety. But then after that, I realized, like, man, like, nobody could bother me. There's days I prayed, like, if my cell phone just stopped working for one day and I didn't have to take one call, right? Well, be careful what you wish for. We were there. We spent an amazing 35 days. We went everywhere in the country. We took our family everywhere. We had enough money to whatever we wanted, whatever they wanted. We had an amazing 35 days. And the beautiful thing is we only spent about 10 grand. And when you go to countries like that, like 10 grand here is like 40 grand there, by the way. So it's still a lot of money there. But to us, like 10 grand, amazing, right? But we made $42,000 while we were gone. And guys, I didn't get a chance to log into my bank account from there, but it's kind of cool to come back and see an additional 30, 40 grand in your bank account when you be gone for that long. It's really nice, guys. It's amazing. So the opportunity that we have, guys, and guys, give it up for yourself. Look, it's the same opportunity. It's the same. You guys are out here maybe getting started trying to get to 500, and we're at 500, and trying to get to 1 million, get one of those shiny rings. Coach, let me see it again. Coach, point that ring. Let me see that ring. Dang. It's beautiful. I know. Did you see him? He's like, my precious. Right? Like, my precious. He's so in love. I will be too. We got an amazing opportunity, and it's the same opportunity for everybody. It's the same company for everybody. It's the same products for everybody. It's the same mortgage, life insurance, investments, 124, same competition, same standard, doesn't matter where you're from, same opportunity, same everything for everybody. This is the only company that somebody will fly out from a different state that's beautiful and sunny into snowy, cold weather to come pour into people that we don't even override because of the love. Man, thank you guys. Guys, we're just trying to pay it forward. We're trying to pay it forward to this amazing country, to this amazing company, to the amazing leaders and coaches like Coach Shane and what he's done to set an example. We just had Coach Whittle come down to California and give us his time. We're just trying to pay it forward. When people say, why would you go leave your team and do it? Because we're just trying, we have to pay it forward. We have to show appreciation because we are nothing. And God's given us a platform. God's giving us an opportunity. God's giving us the coaching and the people and everything that we need to win. How can we not pay it forward? How can we not be here today? How can we not bring everything that we got? So, because there's one person in this room that I know for a fact that their life's going to be changed. And it could be me. So there could be two people in this room because it's definitely me, right? Let me leave you guys with this. And no might just mean not now. There's a lot of you that, well, you don't understand. My brother says no to me. Yeah, I said no to Tony like 822 times. It just wasn't the time for me. But the no just meant come back soon. And come back soon means come back soon when you're winning. Show me it works. I told Tony at the beginning, listen, man, I make 200 grand a year and you're barely getting started. You're leaving a mechanic shop to go do this with a guy named Mario Iverson that only makes about 50,000. I believe there's something there, but go get it done. And when you match my income, I'll come and join your team. Because, I was a support system for my family at that point. If something went wrong, it was me and Karina that we were the emergency funds, right? We were in the car business. We had some money, making some money, so we needed to respond. But Tony didn't let that stop him. I became a client. I brought some people in. I referred some people. But I really never thought Tony was going to go get it done and I was going to come, just to be honest. Well, he proved us wrong. Tony went out there and just kept following the plan. And he kept winning and winning. And then he was making 100, and we're like, that's nice. He's at 100. And then 150, and then 250, and then he bought a house. And then he started traveling with his family every 6 months, man. And that got to me. Because I was like, he made 250 and got paid 250 and wrote off a lot of things, because when you're a business owner, you get a chance to do that, right? I made 250. I got like 175 of it, because you don't pay taxes, they just take it. I don't know why they call it paying taxes. They just take it off the top. And then they take a little bit more at the end. And I'm stuck at a dealership, and he's flying, and I see him in Bahamas, and I see him in Puerto Rico, and I see him in Colorado, and I see him in Miami. I'm like, are you ever home? And he's living the life that I was dreaming about. But you know what? He proved to himself, and he proved to all of my family, that it wasn't one of those things. That it was as real as it gets. And it was 1,000 times better than anybody could ever describe it to you. 1,000, 1,000,000 times better. So you got to go back. You have to go win. You have to go win huge, and you have to come back again until they see it too. They have to see it. I saw it. The vision was clear. Tony and Manal became my crystal ball. I could look at them and see what my future was going to look like if I gave myself a chance, if I allow myself to dream again, if I allow myself to start from zero and say, it's okay, I'm going to humble myself, I'm going to be the most coachable. And people couldn't understand how a guy like me and Karina could be so coachable. You were the boss. Like, were you coachable? We were the most coachable because we wanted to win so bad. I never wanted a reason to go back to that dealership. I would do whatever it takes. I would die trying before I could give my freedom back to anybody. You got to get to it right now. If you got people in your family that are not in it, it's okay. Come back soon. But don't come back with the same year you had. They'll come back still asking for money. They'll come back still stressing over bills. Because if they see you stressed out, why would they join your life? They don't want that. If they see you struggling, why would they join your struggle? You got to go win and make it happen. So come back soon. We joined 9 years later after Tony. 2016, we decided we were going to give this our best shot. No plan B, only a plan A. We're going to pay our bills at every contract in Primerica without a plan B, and we did. And now, I love Primerica because it's never going to pay you based on what you work. At the beginning, you overwork, and you're underpaid, and then you do nothing, and you get some deposits, and you're like, oh my God, do they know why they just paid me? Are they crazy? Who pays us that? We didn't do anything. And then you're not working and you're being overpaid for the rest of your life because you decided to pay the price and build a business and build a legacy. So I love this hierarchy, man. I love you people. You guys are amazing. Thank you for stretching us. Thank you for getting the best out of us. I feel like a better version of me. I feel stretched. I feel like we're going back and we're gonna go on an amazing run. Thanks to the love and appreciation and everything that we also learned being here. And, Eugene, thank you for everything you do. Patrick in the back. Mark and Nubia, thank you so much for being so kind to us. Coach Shane, man, so wonderful. I want to give it up to Mike and to Ethan, and especially to Aaron. Can I have Aaron come up? Aaron, are you in the building? Come on up. Guys, I don't know if you had a chance to engage or get to know this young lady here, champion of champions. I was telling Karina yesterday, like, I'm praying hard. Like, God, if you hear my prayers, send me somebody exactly like Aaron and Mike, a couple like that. They're so amazing. Nobody has ever made us feel so special. Like, it's incredible how amazing you are, how you made my wife feel, and Nelly and Raul. It's amazing how it's like nonstop making us feel amazing. Nobody's ever made me feel so great. I mean, incredible. And I could only imagine how big you're gonna be. You're gonna pass up everybody, and you're gonna have some amazing, amazing, amazing people that are gonna follow you and honor you and fight for you and die for you and get you to the top, because you totally deserve everything you ever pray for. So she's amazing, guys. Thank you. Whoever said that, I'm sorry. I love you guys. Thank you so much.
Karina, come up here. We have one of these also for Nelly and Raul. When I had started knowing that God had got it to a point to where I could come back and do something, and I was not going to just do something. It has nothing to do with the money in any way, shape, or form. Although that will be nice, that when it does come, I don't have any of those goals, any of that stuff. It's all about making things better for everybody, competing, getting back to the top so everybody's got that chance to feel what that's like. But when I started learning about the Knights Templar and what they did and what they've done and how our country was, if it wasn't for them, we wouldn't even be near to where we are in our country. And I just thought it was the coolest thing in the world, and we were going to start doing that. So we got the sword, Knights Templar sword for Manny and Karina, and we got one with the names for Nelly and Raul. Thank you for coming. Thank you, Coach. I want to get a good picture with you with this. I'll bet you we got somebody around here that can get a good picture right there. And so giving that to you. By the way, hey, you were unbelievable today. Is partnership important or what? I love the zoo lion and African or really out in the forest, right? So where do you want me to be for this photo?
Right in the middle, Coach.
Okay, right here. Okay. All right. Thank you.
With you and Raul too, and
all right. So, okay. Yeah. Raul. See, I didn't know if he was. I don't think he's sitting in the front. That's why I didn't.
I want to take another good picture with it.
Yes. Well, then let's get his too. There it is. He is here. Sorry. Oops, sorry. I about chopped an arm off back there. Debbie almost was one missing a digit. So here's yours. Yeah. Thank you guys for. Okay, so now, where's the best photo? Okay. Well, I'm going to put this right back. Right now, Patrick and Pastor Lee are going nuts because I moved that. But thank you. Proud of you guys, man. Proud of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Give them another big round of applause. Thank you. I know you guys are booking. We'll be talking. All right, thank you. Okie doke. Oh, you got one? Oh, that would be good if that one's there. Okay. Okay, cool. Yeah, I got an announcement to make about that. So we've got another round of recognition. It looks like we're getting into the premium categories. By the way, this recognition is for two people in this room, okay? The people that get it and the people that don't get it. And the people that don't get it go, they do so much recognition. And then they're also thinking, I think everybody in the room got something except me. That's how, if you don't get something, you feel that way, right? The best motivation for a winner is when they don't do what they need to compete. I guarantee you, like our next event is April 21st and 22nd, right back here, okay? And the competition started January 1st. You can absolutely ask your leader how you can help your leader win. Manny wanted to know what my first exposure was and how I got into business and why, what I was driven by. It was the competition, a chance to be on somebody's team and help a team win, okay? I didn't think I could win, but I knew I could help a team win. Start there. Find out where the areas of competition are and ask your RVP, your leader, how you can help them win. I promise you, it's the most valuable thing you can do for your own business is just ask that. We got more recognition. We got two unbelievable rock star ladies to read it out. Erin and Jody Oro.
Run like you make $500,000. That's exciting. All right, Wayne Olson. Run like you make over $500,000. All right, guys. So we're gonna do some personal life premium. All right. Okay. So we're gonna start with. With personal life premium coming in at number 10, Casey and Jennifer Corin. Next up, number 9, from Dog Pound, Mark and Nubia Hansodia. Our rivals that are kicking our hiney. Okay, they're amazing. We've got the Julio and Ceci Garcia. Number 7, Noel and Reina, Freedom Builders. Number 6 with Destiny Drew Acosta Lerma. All right, guys. Then number 5, you guys heard from her earlier, Leah Acosta. This is personal life premium. Number 4, James and Leah Watford. In the top 3, number 3. David Rice and Haley Landau. Number 2, the incredible Martha and Erica Esparza. All right, there's only one. There we go, Yesenia and Jasmine Legends. Good job, guys. Great job, great job. All right, now we're moving on to the District Leader Premium, okay? Number 10. No, we're not? Oh, you said good job. All right, number 10, Michael Kaiser. Great job, 7,500. District Leader, nice job. Next, number 9, Miguel Gomez. Hey, guys, this is outstanding District Premium. Number 4, Donna Rose Bugaloo. All right, we're in that top 3. Top 3. Number 3, Tiffany Dominia. Number 2, the one and only Amanda Ceballos. Outstanding. All right, guys, we're making jumps here. And there's only one number 1 with Destiny Lupita and Monse. Monse? Somebody help me out. Jody. Okay, guys, we're running through division leader. All right, number 10, PJ Bonner. Number 9, a former aircraft worker. We've got Rustin and Shannon Haynes. Number 8, restaurant manager. No more. Darian Harper. Number 7, she's unstoppable. Former MVP. Hospital CSR, Connie Mendoza. Woo! Number 6, Shamina Beasley. Number 5, we have a GM of an auto dealership, Lisa Bush. You guys want to get a mosh pit going? That would be good. All right, guys, number 4, we have Priscilla and Irvin Hernandez. Way to go, guys. In that top 3, we're starting military. Number 3, Nahimia Coben Israel. Way to go, y'all. Division dropping 20,000. Number 2, Sandra Portillo Rodriguez. All right, guys, we got the number 1 teacher of the year with 32,000. A premium Leah Acosta. Woo! Get it, girl. All right, guys, now we're moving into regional leader. Here we go. Wow, these are big jumps. Say big jumps. All right, number 10, Samantha and Chris Stone with 15,700. Number 9, CFO. Hello. Number 9, we got Michael Purcell. Number 8, Joyce and Mike Franklin. Number 7, former retail sales, we got Zulima Stevenson. Number 6, smoking everybody. We got a student, the incredible Jacob Bryce. Woo! All right, guys, here's where it starts jumping. Pay attention to these numbers. Number 5, formerly at Wells Fargo and a salon owner, Chico and Nicole Jones, RVP. All right, number 4, auto finance manager, attorney, and some of the greatest people on the face of the planet, Corey and Kirsten Harper. We're in that 50K range. Number 3 in the top 3, James and Leah Watford. But you know, here's the power of partnership. 2 codes working, okay? Number 2, Kirsten and Corey Harper. All right, there's only one number 1. David Rice and Haley Landau. Almost 90,000. Nice job, guys. Nice job. All right, now we're running through the RVP Premium. Number 10, former college student in catering, Noel and Reina Valabos. Number 9, David and Shelly Beard. building. We got Ali, Irma, and Joaquin Lopez. Number 7, Yasinia and Jasmine Lopez. Nope. Phoenix Legends, Dogtown. Here we go. All right, guys. Number 6, the incredible Mark and Nuvia Hensodia. Number 5 with 66,000, Martha and Erica Esparza. Number 4 says college dropout, the incredible Julio and Ceci Garcia. In that top 3, y'all. In that top 3. Number 3, Charlie and Ramona Santia. Number 2, here to have a good time, Aaron Heckert and Michael Morris. Good job, babe. Okay. And more than doubled, the newest $1 million earners in Primerica, the incredible Tom and Kristen Rice.
Okay, we're moving into securities. He's getting my old lady glasses though. Okay, number 10, Rodney Grease. Number 9, David Engelmeyer. Number 8, David Rice. Number 7, the unbelievable Eugene and Darcy Krapitsky. She even cleaned them for me. Number 5, Tony and Katie Kaiser. Number 4, the awesome, unbelievable Wayne and Deanna Olsen. Moving up to the top 3. Number 3, Tom and Kristen Rice. All right, we're getting into rare air here. Top 2, number 2 is Todd and Trisha Bosso, almost $5 million in personal securities. And there's only the awesome Dawn and Vicky Oliphant, almost $4 million in personal securities. All right, moving on to district leaders. Number 10, Terry Parker. Number 9, Michael Kaiser. Number 8, Mark Streff. Number 7, Darren Harmon Moore. Number 6, Monica Breed. Number 5, he was a butcher. Number 5, William Gebhardt. Number 4, Jeffrey Schweda. Okay. Number 3, Chase Green. Number 2, Joan Crable. And there's only Julie Sharp with over $1 million in securities. Woohoo! All right, moving on to division. Top 10, number 10, Valeria Jordan. No, Valeria. Number 9, Kathleen and Peter Koss. Number 8, Wendell Lewis. Number 7, Christopher Hogue. Number 6, Matt and Catherine Bear. Number 5, Daylene Barton. Number 4, Diana Randy Heiser. Top 3, number 3, Nicholas Threckeld. Number 2, Scott Larson. And there's only Michelle Gormley. All right, we need this energy going. Come on, let's all start vibing. Let's all start vibing. Let's vibe. Is that a thing? Do we vibe? All right. My son's up there. He's raising the roof. All right, come on. All right, top 10 regional leader securities. Patricia Marv Mitchell. Let's get the fist bumps going. Let's get the fist bumps. Oh, yeah. Okay, number 9, Michael and Jessica Hill. Number 8, Andrew and Crystal Fetter. Number 7, Brenda Shoup. Now we're getting into the millions. Number 6, Kevin and Patty Case. Number 5, Jacob Rice. Number 4, Rodney Grease. Top 3 with 1.6 million, David Engelmeyer. Number 2, Rhonda Monolone. And there's only, with over 2.7 million, David Rice and Haley Lando. All right, let's get the vibe going again. Get the vibe. Okay, keep that fist bump. High five your neighbor. Come on. Who's got some rhythm? Let's hear it. Because some of you guys don't. I'm just telling you. I can hear the clapping. All right. Let's go to securities top 10. Michael and Lisa Douglas. With 2.5 million. Number 9, Eugene and Darcy Krupinski. Number 8, Rick and Luciana Kuhlman. Number 7, Richard and Marla Malloy. Number 6, with the team securities of 3 million, Wayne and Deanna Olsen. Top 5, Kenny and Helen Engelmeyer. Get on up here, Kenny. Come on. All right. Number 4, Tony and Katie Kaiser. Up in the great state of South Dakota. Top 3, my friend, my fellow short person, Todd and Trisha Bosler. Top 2, check these numbers out, guys. In the past, I think it was a 3 or 4 month contest, 8 million in security. Don and Vicki Olivet. And look at how close number 2 and number 1 was. It's only like 37,000. Number 1, the awesome, incredible Tom and Kristen Rice. Whoa, that was close. 8 million. Woo! That's getting some people financially free right there. Woo! All right, we gotta get the vibe going. Get the vibe going. Come on, get that fist bump. Woohoo! Is that all you guys got? Come on. We gotta wake up. Come on. Get the vibe going. Aaron says we're supposed to start a dance party right now. I'm supposed to stay up here until Shane's ready. Come on. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Get the vibe going. Woohoo! Oh, hey, 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 hey. Now, Mike, yeah, hey, hey. All day. I don't know what the part is. Woo! Get that bob going. Get the vibe going. Who is going to get recognized at our April event? That's what I want to know. Okay. Yes. Because the recognition has already started. This is the first month. January is the first month for our April recognition. It's going to be January, February, and March. Okay? So who's getting recognized? Oh, okay. Hi, Christy. Yes. All right, well, I'm supposed to fill in some stuff until Shane is ready to come on up here. Here he comes. Give Shane a big, oh, stay right here. Okay.
Okay, we got our MVPs. There you're going to hear. And then the MVP of MVPs of MVPs, Tom Rice, to close everything out. Couple things before them, though. Those of you that have won your swords, don't forget your swords, okay? Don't forget your swords. Let's see, what else do we got? Then we got to grab a box. You'll do that, right? A box of. Yep, that's one. Well, not yet. No. I guess we'll start that through the MVP security. Okay. For those, here in a minute, here in just a minute, Jody's going to start. She'll have something that she'll bring up here and show whatever it is that we're using, kind of the official pass the hat thing. Folks, it was a godsend literally to have this space because of COVID and all the things that we wound up here. And if you've been around to understand the opportunities that are here for us to grow and to help everybody learn and all that kind of stuff, it's amazing that we're here. So first of all, when we do get done, we need everybody to clean up around them. We need it to look better than when we walked in here. Bev is the one that's responsible for getting all that kind of stuff done. And it would just be an immense work for them to have to do. So that's one thing. And then Pastor Lee and being here, and I don't even know what, I can't remember if I texted him at midnight last night or if it was this morning on the way here, asking about the opportunity of having SEQ here to be able to do this last minute emergency workshop for all this new things we're going to be able to do to help families with debt. And I said, we could probably use one of the offices here in the Metro, but it would be awesome if we had something here. But we had nobody was planning to be here, no staff, none of that. Pastor Lee, we'll make it work. Let's just make it work for your folks, okay? And so we're making that work, but Pastor Lee, he don't get paid for being here. He's not, he is the worship pastor here, but he's also helps us do so much. And so for him and Bev and the staff, here in a minute, we're going to pass the hat, and every little bit you can give, trust me, we have our seed loans, right? Sowing a seed. You reap in multiples of what you sow. And we want, is that going to be it? We'll have a couple. Yeah. So, trust me, like if anybody was here at the service this morning or whatever, this is like your tithe in a way. We just want to make sure we take good.
Last time we did 1,300, so if we want to beat that.
Well, we definitely do want to beat that. And I want that, I don't even want to say out loud, I just want people to do whatever they feel led to do, But we're blessed to be able to have these folks help us with this space. The meeting at 2 o'clock with the pizza is going to be in the same room that the new rep workshop was in, right? So it's just down the hall and there to your right. And so you'll be able to find that. So we want to start for sure right up, straight at 2 o'clock to be able to do that. And you got pizza there. Is there anything else that you can think of we need to have it spotless, all that kind of stuff? Okay. A couple more things. Pick up your swords. Our next event here is April 21st and 22nd. And to the Tom Rices and Mark and Nuvia Hensodias and a few other folks in those those teams and a few other people that want to be mentioned with those folks, you want to compete this time. Just saying. Just saying. I have a surprise. We'll just wait till then, but it'll be worth competing, trust me. The best thing you can do, I already said it once, say it again, go ask your leader how you can help them win. That's all I've done my entire career, and I've come out okay, right? It's asking Tim Stiles how I could help him win, and it was my first month, and it was beat Robbie Smith, and I'm like, what's a Robbie Smith, and how can I help you win deal, you know? And basically get me on a bunch of appointments. So we got him on a bunch of appointments, right? I think he recruited 19 people that month, and 17 or 18 of them were in our team. That's not what I was trying to do. I was trying to help Tim win. Then I was trying to help a guy named Mike Wilk win. And then it was trying to help Art Williams win. And then it was all the teams. And now all the things that we're able to do today that wouldn't have happened for another year if we wouldn't have been involved and worked our rears off to make this stuff happen. Jose knows, Nate knows, Mike knows, the CEOs of both SEQ and Rocket know all I'm trying to do, all we're trying to do is help them win, okay? And when they sincerely know that, they can tell us what to do, and then I can ask for the tools to help us do that, okay? So, ask your leader how you can help them win for the next event. I promise you. And Mark might sit there and go, I need you to be the number one district, the number one division, the number one. I mean, your leader's going to know, okay? But you're going to want to compete. I get to now introduce our MVPs. And by the way, I forgot, I'll say when I get to the last name on there. But I'm going to have the first three, I believe, of them that are going to, or two actually, because one was in one area and one's not here. And then Tom's going to stay sitting down there until he comes up. So you're going to hear for 5 minutes from our MVPs. And so these are people that are at your level. You ought to know, be able to relate to them. I would like you to at least tell them, don't assume everybody in the room knows who you are. So tell them, who you are, how long you've been in the business, what your real job is or was beforehand. And so our MVPs, district, she's not here. She couldn't be here this afternoon. So our division MVP, who you're going to be hearing from first, Leah Costa. I know I saw her with some swords. I know she got some good swords. Then our regional leader MVP and also the personal MVP. So he's covering both spots. And I think he spoke at an MVP level at every one of these, the last four that we've done. David Rice. And then to wrap things up, who's going to come out and help close things out. One thing that's good, I will make more mistakes than any human being you have ever met in your life, okay? I'll make mistakes, ask for forgiveness, and keep moving forward, okay? Learn from them, keep going, right? So I had forgotten when we were doing Tom's $1 million rings and all this stuff that he had also gotten promoted to senior national sales director. And I think I mixed up the phone calls about the rings and the senior national sales director. I knew he got promoted to senior national sales director before he did, only about probably 30 minutes beforehand. And so he's got the same contract I've got, okay? He now can max out every form of compensation that we have. And so I forgot to give him, promoting the senior national sales director and give him his plaque. So his plaque's gonna be up here waiting for him to take after with all the swords. Holy smokes, all the swords. Somebody's gonna have to help him carry those. Maybe he'll loan you his ring if you'll carry a sword. Yeah, no, that ain't gonna happen. We're lucky to have this family, not just Tom, as a part of our business. I was saying last night that I think that Tom reminds me as much of me as anybody, and in a whole lot of different ways. One of them of being the family, in a family where he was gonna go make things happen regardless. Didn't matter what everybody else was gonna do, was hoping everybody would come, but he's gonna go do it with his family, but then his family that he developed. I don't know, I'm guessing, well, no, you weren't even married when we met, were you? Yeah. So boy, time flies. It's gonna fly again. And I'm excited to hear him finish up. I promise you, I'm working harder. I gotta change that word probably. I'm working, but I'm putting in more time than I ever have in my entire career to make things better for everyone, and they're getting better for everyone. And starting Wednesday, I am got to focus on our base shop, who I'm sure, even our 20 recruits in Chicago and all of our places feel like the stepchildren because they're ignored. They get me for about this much every week, and we need to flip that around. But what I've been working hard on, and all the CEO, everybody has been texting me in the last 30 minutes, okay? And they're geeked. They cannot believe how many people have committed to get a license, I promised them 3, okay? If we worked hard. And we need you to do what you should do, whether you were any of this or not. I mean, just the seed loan program, everybody should have, find somebody, their upline that's licensed. If they're not, then find the expert in their team, the specialist, and get their own personal one submitted. Do the things that your RVPs will talk to you about, because we need that to happen over the next 8 days, or all the work that I have done means nothing. But all the work, if what we have done by a week from Sunday night, this coming Sunday night, so tomorrow night, 8 more days, we collectively put us in a position to be the most influential people in the entire financial world. This little room, all the big companies you've heard of, the biggest ones in the world, most influential people in the world are in this room. We just need to deliver. And then we're going to continue to deliver. So I'm excited to hear from our MVPs, and I'll see some people for pizza later. Take it away, MVPs.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much. What a great event. I'm super excited. I'm motivated. I'm emotional. So thank you so much, Shane, for this great event. Tom, can't thank enough my coaches, Julio and Ceci, and my amazing mentors, Mark and Nubia Hansodia. So my name is Leah Acosta. I am a single mommy of 2 beautiful girls, right? I live in a very, very small town where there's probably 500 people, okay? So I want to thank, Leticia for being here, and Abdul, it's his first event, right? So I'm just so honored to be here today And, it wouldn't be possible without the grace of God. So I thank my Lord for being here. But I want to talk a little bit about, how I started with, Primerica, right? I believe that it's always God's timing, all right? Not our time, it's God's time, because I was introduced to this business by Julio Garcia back in 2014, right? I was like 19 years old, and funny story, right? I went to one appointment, that was my sister, and she did not become a client, so I quit. I quit on him, but then years later, right, he recruits me and I'm gonna call you out, Coach, I'm so sorry I have to, but he recruited me because he needed his incentive. He's like, okay, he probably texted everyone, on his Facebook, and that was one of me, right? And not knowing that, I was, gonna be, I'm gonna be the next RVP, right? So that's why. Sorry, I love you guys so much. But anyways, I just believe that we are all here for a purpose, right? And I was at a point where I was so sick and tired, of just working full time, not being able to be there for my kids, right? So I always say, and this is what my coach always says, right? You are one recruit away from an explosion, right? I was that explosion, right? So I always say, he says, like, every time I had to learn, right? They helped me build my confidence. They helped me, believe in myself, have faith in myself. And, I'm just, here learning and still growing, right? And, I've developed double-digit recruiting. Now I'm helping Leticia double-digit recruit, right? I always say it all starts with you making a decision, okay? So I decided the month of December, I was like, okay, I have to finish December strong, because if I don't, what is it gonna be, or how is my life going to look like for 2023, right? So I went out there, I worked December, but January, this month, we're at 28 recruits and like 10,000 in premium, right? So I knew I was meant for more, right? So I always said this. So this year, I'm like, I need to think big. So that's what we're doing. We're gonna commit to 40 recruits by 20,000 in premium in this month, right? So, like I was saying, right? I just feel so thankful. And I know I don't have much time, but I'm gonna finish with this, right? And I was hearing Karina say, stop blaming other people, right? For, you're not succeeding or whatever, right? But I once read this, and it said, if you're seeking for a mentor to be successful, don't expect to be dragged to success. Your mentor is there to give you advice and a game plan for you to follow, right? So it is your job to run that play no matter what life throws at you, right? So thank you so much, for the opportunity. And I'm just so excited for, what Team KO is about to do, right? So it is time to take things to the next level. I love you guys. God bless.
Awesome. Okay. Perfect. Awesome. Hey, I just want to start off and say this. I want to thank my team and all the people that have poured into me and everybody for being here, because I know this, your time was well invested hanging out with this crew and being able to learn the things you learned this weekend. But I wanted to share with you guys a little bit about me. I'm a graduate of Iowa State, now a regional vice president with Primerica, one of Tom's 5 children, and I have the most beautiful girlfriend, partner, Haley Landolt, who's the rock in the office for everybody. And I couldn't imagine where I would have gotten without her. And since we've been in business, everything's really exploded. It's been awesome. And I just want to let you know I love you. And I could, if I could, I'd go on for an hour about her. So, but I'll tell you guys this. A little bit about me is this. I got started here as an internship. And here's this is our old office manager, Nancy. they wouldn't allow me to work for my father, so I worked for Nancy in the office to go around. And the teacher came to the office, eventually figured this out, but he was fine with it because I came to the office every day and was having a ton of fun. And he had never heard of Primerica, and we shared with him what it was that we do. And he loves what we do, and it's been unbelievable. But I just want to tell you guys is I failed my life test the first try. So go cry about it and then take it 2 days later, and then you'll be great, okay? But here's this. Why I got started is I knew the system worked. I wanted to help people have influence and just win, right? People know what it means to go win. And I just tell you this, I'd write out what winning is to you. And when everybody gets started in the business, this is how they feel. But what you got to tell yourself is this. If I don't make my calls, I'm telling myself no rather than letting them. And what I found out is most people are going to say yes because of how awesome what we do is. So just make the phone calls, right? And remember this, God gives his toughest battles to his strongest soldiers. Don't give up, you'll ruin his plans. And I wanted to show you guys is some of my numbers going through this because people see the numbers and they are like, so this is what I need to do to be able to achieve this because they can duplicate it. So when I went over $50,000 a year in income, here's what happened was this. My last 12 months part-time in the business when I was in college, going to Iowa State was in 2019. My personal numbers was this, is I did 21 personal recruits, $25,000 in premium, and $240,000 worth of investments and made $24,000. It's about $2,000 a month. So, I mean, that's depending on how you look at that, but that was great extra money to me. I was in college. I had never done anything else before this. My first 6 months full-time, what happened to me was I graduated from school and I realized, oh my goodness, I'm out in the real world. I have to like go make something of myself, right? So I really got after it in 2020. In the first 6 months of the year, I did 23 personal recruits, so more than I did the whole year prior. $19,000 of premium, about $1.8 million of securities, and made $46,000, and that set me over $50,000 worth of income and actually $60,000 that month, right? And then when I went over $100,000 of income, here's what happened is from April of 2021 to April of 2022, made $101,000. Those 12 months, my personal production was 41 recruits, $44,000 of premium, $2,400,000 and 14 personal licenses. The 12-month team production was 165 recruits, $125,000 of premium, $3.3 million of investments, and 43 new licenses in those 12 months. And then here's the whole 2020, right? Because I went RVP starting at the beginning of January, right? But the 12 months of 2020, my personal recruiting was 36 for the year. So everybody talks about recruiting 3 directs a month, right? So that's right on. $66,000 of premium, that's just over $5,000 a month. That $3.5 million of investments and 14 personal licenses. Those 12 months, the team did 208 recruits, $171,000 of premium, $4.7 million of investments, and 46 new licenses, made $135,000 that year, and the entire time was still in the base shop, right? So you can make money at all levels. It all just comes down to is what your daily disciplines are, right? So here's this, I just challenge you all to start dreaming again because my life has truly been unbelievable because of our company and because of my family. And that was the car I drove in high school. And my dad made sure to follow me down because that's at the end of the neighborhood. Because I had a different car after a few months because when you get pulled over going 80 and a 35, then you don't get to drive cars like that anymore. And but the plate said life is good on it. And that's how it is in Primerica, right? Life is good. And then the first car I purchased on my own with working here at Primerica was a GLE AMG Coupe. And I loved that car. And I traded that in and got a Tesla. I drive that now. That's my daily driver, right? And that thing's awesome. It just drives itself everywhere you want to go. You plug it in, and you're gone. It goes 0 to 60 in 3.5 seconds. No gears. It's like unbelievable, right? And I got sick of not having a Mercedes, though, so I bought that about 3 weeks ago, too. And so I'm very partial, right? But if you like BMWs, that's okay, too. And here's this. That's the house I grew up in. And in the very corner, you can see the car that I drove when I got pulled over going 80 and a 35 right there, right? That was a $1,500 Pontiac Grand Prix that was rusted out. And the gas gauge didn't work, so I had to put gas in every week just to make sure there was gas in it, okay? And but that's a picture of the house I grew up in, and it's just been unbelievable. And I bought my own house last year, and it's been awesome, right, out in Waukee. And the company, they send us on trips, and I want to tell you guys a little bit about this. is this was the first company trip I won. It was when I was a freshman in college going to Iowa State, actually. It was to Disney World. And the reason that one's so special to me is I remember being in 8th grade. The company sent our family on a trip to Disney World. We were riding the ferry back to the hotel. And my dad looks at me and he started doing something with his hands. He goes, David, by the time they run this trip again, you might be able to compete because they do it every 4 or 5 years, right? And the first company trip I ever won at 19 years old was to go to Disney World. And you can see in the bottom right, that's a picture when they shut down Hollywood, or the Hollywood Studios, right? Getting the Futures jersey, us at Blizzard Beach, me and Jacob hanging out with Elsa, because, got to hang out with Elsa a little bit. And the company sends us on a trip for free, right? So I've been on 10 company trips for free since getting started here. Went to Disney, the home office in Atlanta, Big Island, Hawaii, the Fountain Blue in Miami, right? Hard Rock, Punta Cana, the Bahamas. I love the Bahamas. I'm so fired up. We're going back. Me and Haley, we went. It was just the time of our lives. We went on a catamaran ride, and I was trying to catch the fish with my hands. And eventually got in trouble for that. And then we went to Universal Studios and the JW Marriott Marco Island, and that was the first company trip Jacob's won, and that was so much fun. And then the Broadmoor, and then we're going back to the Baha Mar, right? And my grandpa Larry's the one who started all this. So I'm 3 generations now of ring wearers in the company. I'm the first ever ring wearer, is the 3rd generation that did it in the base shop, right? Which is awesome. And that's me and Haley going across stage in Atlanta or at the last company convention in front of 70,000 people for getting the $100,000 earner power builder ring. And that was our name across stage, right? And you can see all the people there. Rented out the Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta. And that was me and Haley getting our regional vice president promotion just a few weeks ago. And I just tell you guys, I'm so fired up right now. And I tell you this is, I believe your dreams are a gift from God. And what you do with them is your gift back. And that's Shane Rudman right there, okay, guys? And I just want to tell you guys is stay connected with me. That's my Instagram. You can reach out to me whenever. And I want to tell you all thank you. And I'll hand it over to my dad to finish off the day.
Wow. What a story, right? What a story, right? So here's the thing, you guys. Primerica is unbelievable. And this is, what an event. You guys, what an event, right? So what an event. I always say congratulations to all the people that got recognized, but also congratulations to all the people that what? That didn't, right, okay? Sometimes it's better to get no recognition sometimes than it is to get some, because you go back burning. You're like, that ain't happening again, right? So those are one of the things that, and it's like a life lesson of that. But I want to thank our team, all of our regional vice presidents that spent time coming down here to this. And I know it meant a ton to me. Our base shop teammates that invest so much for us to make this happen. Every one of you guys are so important. We love every one of you. And we couldn't have done it without you, right? They say that without the team, you wouldn't have the production. Without the leader, you wouldn't have the team. And I just want to thank Jim and Mary Nye as incredible leaders. Give them a hand, right? So this is all, right? And then Shane, right? Without them and all the people putting these events on, it's just unbelievable. I really want to recognize and say something about our 3 new RVPs, you guys. Mike and Debbie, give them a hand. Super job. Chico and Nicole, what an incredible power couple. And then incredible, you just heard from David Rice and Haley Landahl. I mean, it's unbelievable, right? So we are so blessed. 3 new RVPs in the last 4 weeks, and it's been incredible. And this is just the beginning for so many of us, right, to explode. You guys, this place is filling up front because there isn't room down here anymore, okay? And before, people went up front to get away from everybody. Now that I can't get down on the floor, and they got to go upstairs because there is no room. It's incredible, right? So we are growing. People are growing, right? The party last night, David West, John Foppe, Nick Wolf for putting that on for everybody and paying for everything. Anybody have fun there last night? Was that incredible? Yeah, it's always good when it's free, okay, right? You know, so, and they did that for us, so thank you. The video, man, that Randy and Haley put together, Omar calls this morning, right? And that's why I didn't make the meeting. You know, when Omar calls, there's half an hour call, right? But we were talking for a long time, and And he's like, did you cry? I go, yeah, I mean, you can't help but cry. The memories, and that's the thing, you know. We wrote this down, the good old days, right? Okay, we were talking about the good old days, and I was talking to Greg and Steve and Patty Cashman, and we were laughing about, man, things that happened to us and a long time ago. But I'm going to tell you right now, these you're going to look back 5, 10, 15, and 20 years from now, and you're going to call this the good old days. I promise you, right? What happened in the past is the past. What's happening right now is we're going to look back, we're going to say, do you remember when? Do you remember that, right? And these are the times. I'm just telling you, you're gonna do that. So it's absolutely incredible. Hey, and then I want to do this. Raul and Nelly, they're not here anymore probably, but hey, give them a hand. Were they incredible, right? And then Manny and Corinna, right? They were incredible. I told Manny, I go, what a family. What a family. His daughter, the singer, his son, the basketball player. He said he can't wait for his son to get started. He's so excited about everything. And then I just want to say my own family, my personal family. I want to thank my wife who's not here. Last night we had a basketball game for our daughter at 6:15, so I got here and then watched it back there and saw her put a couple of points in and score, and she's just like afraid if something happened and she got hurt and nobody's there for her, it just, you know, it would tear her up. So she was, I can't go, you know. And then we had another daughter, it's in 8th grade, she's playing AU basketball, and they played in Lincoln, Nebraska today, so the snowstorm coming, so then they got in the car last night, drove to Lincoln, and I'm like, people are everywhere, right? So I'm just telling you, right, so people are busy, right? You're busy, everybody's busy, you just got to make it work, right? But I'm really blessed to have one of the greatest spouses ever. She loves Primerica, she loves you guys, and it's just an incredible thing, and our kids, you saw her from David, and then Jacob, and I have 3 other daughters, it's incredible, you guys. Primerica is an incredible place to raise your family, to go do that and make that happen. And David said this last night because I think it's totally true. And now 2023 be our greatest year yet. Who's in for that one, right? And 2023, our greatest year yet. I'll be the motto for the whole year. And it's not just be a lion, but be what? A jungle lion. Who'd like to be a jungle lion, right? So they always say this. I have about 2 slides I'm going to do and show some pictures and be done. But I'm just telling you, right? They say David said a plaque out one time that Andy Onstead had. It said, everybody wants to be a beast until it's time to do what beasts have to do, right? Okay? And it's time to do what beasts do. Would you agree with that? It's time to be a jungle lion and get after it and go make it happen. And this right here is the key, right? These are the things that we did. I think I just messed it up. Okay, right? It's like a little 90-day madman cycle, right? So if you just hit it might be better, right? That I mess with it, right? So, all right, so why, right? So you can get big momentum, so you can grow into the next level, so you can explode in 2023 and make it your what? Greatest year yet, okay? And so you can have your I've always wanted to become a reality. Who'd like to have your I've always wanted to ... become a reality, right? Isn't that incredible, right? Then you can do that in Primerica, right? How do you do it? You got to get a schedule, right? Hey, if you're going to be a jungle lion, you're going to have to block off all your non-negotiable days. You're going to have to max out the days that you're going to work. You got to get up an hour earlier. You got to write down the 6 things you got to do the next day before you go to bed. If you're a jungle lion, then the zoo lions ain't got to worry about this, okay? But the jungle lions, I can guarantee you, there's like a bunch of jungle dog pound people too, I bet, right? Okay? I figured, right? So I'm just telling you. I'm telling you, right? People are fired up. So here's the thing. And you're going to have to get out of your comfort zone. If you hit this is incredible, you guys. Am I hitting the wrong? Oh, this one? That's it right there. I got it now, okay? Aha, okay, I got it, right? So you have to get out of your comfort zone. And this is growth, and that's comfort. And it's not going to work out. You're not going to be comfortable all the time. It's not going to be like that. But you got to understand this, right? Personal activity. Jungle lions, you know what they do? They do 5 to 10, right, per day. 5 to 10 per day. Prospects, right? 3 to 5 days a week. They recruit 2 to 3 directs. I recruited 3 directs a month, 36 people a year for 4 years. You want to know the secret? That was it. I recruited 36 people direct to me for 4 years straight. My income went from making $15,000 a month. I was making $60,000 to $80,000 month after month after month at that point, you guys. So you know what the key is? Recruiting and then training directs and treating everyone like they're the only one. Licenses 1 to 2 per month, 10 on the team. And then it talks about what? It talks about promotions 1 to 3 every month direct to you. Promotions going on, district promotions, making it happen. 5 to 10 on your team. We have a guy that as a division did $33,000 one time in our base shop. You know how he did that? He promoted 6 districts that month. You go promote 6 real districts in a month, you're going to be doing a bunch of production. Would you agree with that? That's it. That's the answer. Promotions in motion, making it happen. The first 30 days, it's all going to turn to what? Crap. It's all going to turn to crap. Everything's going to turn to crap. The second 30 days, you're going to start to see some results. You're going to start to see some things happen, but you know what the next 30 days is? You're going to move to the next level, and that's going to bring you into April 21st and 22nd. We have our next event right back here. Isn't that incredible? And Shane's talking about giving out big new time recognition. I can guarantee you, Corey Harper's sitting there saying, I didn't know they're giving out swords. Well, I know this. I don't know what he's giving out next time, but I want to get some of it, right? Okay? And I know there's a lot of people thinking the same thing. They're like, forget you, I'm getting it all. You should feel like that. You should 100% feel like that. Here's why most people stop. You know what? They don't see results fast enough. Does that kill people or what? It's just not happening for me. It's not going to happen overnight, but it doesn't take forever either. You just got to stay focused and stay on it. The other reason people stop is they get results too fast. It starts happening too fast. You got to understand, hey, it doesn't happen overnight. You got to stay focused. If you start winning, keep doing the fundamentals. If you're losing, keep doing the fundamentals because you will win. See, I thought about Primerica. Primerica works if what? You work. Primerica works if you work. We just got to work the system and go make it happen, right? That's us. That's what we started. That's me on the end. That's my dad the other side. And that's my Bill Gates picture. Man, we were nothing when we came here. I was the son of a farmer. People say, you were a pig farmer? Nope, I was the son of a pig farmer, okay, right? And all we got was the smell, and it smelled, right, okay? My dad got the smell of money, and I tried to tell my friends, oh, that's my dad, that's the smell of money. They go, Tom, that's your dad's money. You just smell. I go, I know. Okay, right? And I'm just telling you, right? So I was looking. I thought I would do that forever. I thought I'd fight my 4 brothers, because I have 4 brothers, right? And somehow get the farm. I didn't know, right, okay? But then Primerica happened. Primerica came along, and we got started with this, and my dad started first. So if you're busy, know somebody busy, hey, my father, he worked from sun up to sundown. We had livestock, right, okay? We had 3,000 acres we farmed, and during the season, he worked before sunup and after sundown. There was no time, but he said career diversification. We have cows and pigs, corn and beans. Why not add financial services? And he said, man, I could do this, get a few people, and that's 3 of my brothers, right? So my youngest, that's my oldest, and that's me. 2 of my brothers, right? And all of us talking about going regional vice president, and my dad going senior vice president back in 1993. And that's what it turned into, you guys. And that could be your family. I'm not showing it to pump us up. I'm telling you that could be you. I can guarantee the Ortizes saw that many years ago and said, I'm doing that. And you know what? They did that. And you can too. All of us can. And it's going to be the next race to the next level. And that's why David was why he was. That was him hanging around, right? And there's Jacob over there, right? And it says our time, right? Our kids were always around this. Hey, get your kids around the Primerica people. It's unbelievable to get them growing up around this thing, right? And going across stage, right? So he saw that happen. Then Jacob came. He goes, I'm going next year. He goes, do you think you're going across stage? I hope so. And these are the conventions, right? And we got to go across stage and get some recognition. And then the next convention, all my daughter could talk about, is it my turn to go with you guys? Is it my turn to go with you guys? I go, if you want to come, she goes, I want to come. I want to do this with you guys. I go, well, you can come. The whole time there, she goes, are you going to go across stage? I know, honey. I pray we do. Are you going to go across? I don't know. You're killing me. You don't know what's going to happen, right? But I'll tell you what, we got to go across stage, and that's all my three oldest kids going across stage with us. And it's incredible, you guys. I'm just telling you, the way you get to do and able to do that. And I know some people, Primerica's, you don't want your kid. That is fine. But if you do, I'm just telling you, it works. There's a place for them. There's a place for you here. There's a place for them here. There's a place for all of us. All of us can make our dreams come true. And that's the thing. So it's all about a destiny and a legacy, right? It says you can't go back and make a brand new start, but everybody can start right now and make a brand new what? End. You can't change the past, so quit it. Quit it. So some people aren't moving forward because they keep focusing on the past. The past is the baggage. I'll give you one thing. My daughter came back from a basketball game, and she didn't, her shot, she had a few points, like 8 points, something like that, but she wasn't so happy about it. She goes, comes up to one, she goes, I just suck. I suck. Okay, I go, say that 10 more times. This is great. Okay, she goes, why? Okay, because it's terrible. What are you doing? You don't talk like that to yourself, okay? You can't say those things to yourself, because they become true. And you can't talk like that. And we talk for 5 minutes alone about how you talk to yourself and what you talk about comes true. And she's, I'm going to do better. I go, you're a winner. You're a stud. You do great. And you know, every shot doesn't fall, but you'll make the ones fall. And you get after it, and you go change your life, and you go help that team win. And they are ranked number 1 in the state, and they are studs. But the next game, she went out and she had the 6 3-pointers, 20 points, 22 points, I think. And the announcers were going crazy. They're like, I don't know who Kayla Rice is, but damn, she's taking over the court. Okay, right, you know? And that was the announcer from the other team because it wasn't our school. And I'm like, my mother-in-law's calling. She goes, oh, my God, you ought to hear the announcers. Okay, right, you know? And I'm telling you, right? And but it's a lot of it's thinking. And a lot of y'all in Primerica right now, only holding you back is you. And you got to let go of that. Drop the baggage. Forget it. Get after it. Start fresh. Give yourself a fresh start. Make a decision. This is your time. This is your year. You're going to make it happen. You're going to do something incredible for your family because they deserve it. And you know what? You deserve it. You deserve to be on the stage. You deserve to get recognition. This is incredible. The way you guys make us feel, I'm just telling you, right? There is nothing like Primerica. I finally told the company, I go, well, they just stop it already. They go, Tom, you don't get it. I go, what do you, this is crazy. Okay, there's only 126 you in the company. I go, oh my Lord, you know, right? Okay, keep it coming. No, right, okay? But I'm telling you, right, it's incredible, you guys. It's so incredible. It's worth the price. It's worth the price you're going to pay. And your kids are watching, and your future kids are watching, your spouse is watching, and they're wondering if it's going to be worth it. You know why my kids are here? I never asked anyone to do it, but they want to do it because they know how excited we are about the future, and we ain't done nothing yet. We have 10 first-generation RVPs, like 23 in the hierarchy. We're going to get 15 more RVPs in the next 3 to 5 years, 15 more direct. That's 25 first-generation RVPs. That's a $200,000 monthly income. Then we can all get our own what? Helicopter. Okay, right, you know? Kicking butt, right? So it pays to stay. My first full year, I wasn't like Manny. I didn't recruit 190 people and make $100,000, okay, right? I was barely surviving. Ramen noodles, baby. Okay, right? 46 people, 17,000 income. It was ridiculous. I was broke, okay? But I wasn't broke inside. I knew exactly where we're going. And you got to know where you're going. You got to know where you're going to be, right? Because it's not about where you're at. It's about where you're what? Going. And if you're going to go there, right, talk about it, right? And your predictions will come through. Thank God I didn't quit. So our total income over the last 30 years now has been over $15 million, right? Get this. We have an average income of $469,000 a year when I started. So what did we really make our first year? Man, you can never give up. You can never quit. You can never say, right, this company was born for you. This company was born for you to go change your life and do something absolutely incredible. Our mission is to build the most powerful, most dominant financial service sales force the state of Iowa, the Midwest, the United States has ever seen by helping individuals become more than they thought they could be and taking the places they weren't able to take themselves. And I'm telling you right now, there's so many of us in here, we were born to do this. You were born to do this. I always tell Greg Vermeer, you weren't a painter done good. Man, you were supposed to be here, and he's changing his life now. I mean, I'm just telling you guys, man, there are so many winners out there like that want to find something like this. Efforts and sacrifices. In the early days, you're going to feel overworked. And if you're not feeling overworked yet, you're not working hard enough. Okay? And in the end, right, this most people give up. But the end's when you're going to feel underworked and overpaid. And this is where the 2% going to live the dream. Who'd like to live the dream one day? This is about that. Right? Go pay the price and you win the dream. You go drive those cars that you want to drive. You may not like Mercedes. David does. Hey, it doesn't matter. Whatever it is you like, you go get that for your family. You talk about it one day and you go inspire somebody, because I promise you, there are people out there watching and hoping and praying. They're on their knees praying to God at night. Something like this will come in their life. Would you agree with that? Our objective is we got to find those people. We got to pray on our knees like that, same thing. But in the morning, we got to wake up. We got to work like it's up to us, you guys. They always say, pray like it's up to God, work like it's up to you, and let's go make it happen. Let's go work the next 3 to 5 years like others won't. We get to live the rest of life like others what? Others don't. And that's the bottom line. Stay focused, aim high. Let's kick some butt. I'll see you all at the top. I love this company. I love you people. And I love the way you make us feel. Thank you. And thank you to our team. And thank God for Primerica!